Oh. Oh, is that how you say it? Hito ga takusan iru. Takusan iru wa suki desu ka? I see. All right. All right, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is day 187. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第187天 right? Welcome. 再向好。Oh. I don't remember what that means. Hold up. Oh, yeah. Mote. Modo. Kete. Yes, yes. I've returned. Okairi. Alright. Alright. That's Taksan is kind of cool as a kanji, Rashi. It has Yama in it too. Taksan. Okay. Alright. So where are we? Oh, it's new vocab day today. We're actually getting near the end, right? 9 days. Then the plan now is after 9 days, what would that do? That'll bring us to 196. Then we'll have 4 days of review, like crushing some review, and then we'll do a 100-day review, right? Of the last 100 days. Although I think we're gonna split it into two, because 100 days would mean that I have to cover over 30 plus, like 35 different constructs, and that is more than 8 hours of recall. So like the Japanese stuff, which Japanese stuff will come up first, I think. We're gonna try to sort it out. I'll probably have to take a day or two away from stream to prepare, because we have so many constructs to go through. And then maybe I'll do, after another 10 days of daily review or something of the Chinese course, I might do like a retrospection, like a summary retrospection of the Chinese course. Maybe highlight some experiences, talk about some Q&A, some FAQs and whatnot. You might start studying alongside these streams. Oh yeah, sure. Definitely feel free. I have to give you a fair warning. These streams, there are times when we're just chatting along. I think sometimes building memories along the way makes the experience all that worth it. It creates the sentimental feelings. So we can get into heated discussions and whatnot. And what's looking to the future, right? So daily refresh is a thing. However, daily refresh is a refresh, so I'm guessing they're gonna randomly generate from the pool. So from the pool, so we are gonna go and fill this slot up temporarily with video games. And most video games that I play, and I'm currently in the middle of one, which I haven't played in a while now. Most of those video games, the UI elements and whatnot are in Chinese, both simplified and traditional, because the Chinese market is one of the bigger target markets. So when we play through the game, they're usually like roguelike games or indie games of nature. I tend to play them more than once. They're repeatable games. And so what I would do is we're going to go and try to build up our terminology for video games, right? I'm kind of already used to some of them. I don't know exactly how they read or what they mean. I know what their functionality is because of my familiarity with game mechanics, right? So we're going to use that as a backdrop to acquire something that I do very, very often, and acquire the basic terminologies and recognition, visual recognition to do it, starting with deck builders. the current deck builder that I have been playing was Cobalt Core. And Cobalt Core, we still haven't quite finished all the story elements in English. However, we're going to go do that in the next 9 games. Which language do I usually play games with? I usually use English. Most of my games are dubbed in, they're often dubbed in Japanese. So we would listen to them in Japanese. On occasion, there are games like the current game that I've been working on. Before I started language learning, the current game series I was working on was Like a Dragon. I played all the Like a Dragon games back to back and into the new one, right? And just so happens once the new one, Infinite Wealth, was completed on English, I usually do another playthrough of the main story quest in Japanese. However, in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, it is dubbed in 3 languages. Now they include Mandarin as a dub. So I have yet to play through the MSQ to complete everything in Mandarin, and then finally in Japanese. So the timing is deliberate here. So right before the release of the next game, Like a Dragon Yakuza Pirate, which is in February, we will be completing those Chinese and Japanese runs. Japanese being the last run. And Yakuza Pirates, it looks like, according to the credits in the listing, will also continue their production of having 3 languages. And we're talking about 3 dubbed and UI languages. This is one of the few series, as far as I know, that there's a major publisher that backs a game that is story driven with a large contemporary slice of life component that is dubbed in 3 languages. So the whole motivation behind this of going through Mandarin, at least picking up foundational Mandarin and foundational Japanese, is that eventually I will use that foundation to play games that I usually play, which they're often story-driven games. And those story-driven games tend to be about life, mental health, and things of contemporary nature. So they will play a role in me integrating a specific type of language. So to make it clear, and a big disclaimer, the purpose and intent of me learning Japanese and Mandarin, and even Spanish, maybe less so Spanish, is to play video games and make commentary on the language and the voice acting and other qualities as a form of commentary. So it's not to travel to Japan and become a honorary Japanese person, or traveling to China, or having my blend in with my parents to be like a multilingual person. The intent, for all intents and purposes, is to be able to discuss and consume media commentarily. So usually it's a video game. And I want to demonstrate that you can learn and engage in multiple languages, acquiring languages, while also learning something contextual and abstract from a video game. How this ended up becoming this thing is, for the first more than 5 years of streaming, I've streamed over 6 years now. For over the 5 years, I've often, when I play video games, it's a learning experience. The difference is most people, the people that watch these games and are on Twitch, there's a lot of mental compartmentalization between what someone learns and what someone does. So oftentimes video game is compartmentalized as something that you don't necessarily have to learn anything. It doesn't have to mean anything, right? Because it's not important, it's trivial. In fact, I actually have this comment a lot when I was doing Duolingo. when I was talking about how one can apply this to video games a lot of times, and during video games, there's lots of commentaries like, dude, it's just a video game. There's not a meaning to it. And when I was like, well, yes, provided you don't care, right? Personally, for me, whatever I do, the things I choose, they're learning experiences and they're important. I don't simply use my time to pass my life away. So when someone tells you that it's not important, video games, I hope that person isn't playing video games just to pass the time. Most of the time, I try to find as many ways to make my life and each minute of my life even more important, right? So eventually, this is a long time coming. I was actually expecting we're gonna be learning and strictly language learning for like 2 to 3 years. However, it's gonna slowly transition to other things I can use with the video game. I do not intend to be an interpreter or a teacher or like a language teacher. Like, I don't intend to use the language as an instructional thing, but as a level of understanding, right? As a level of understanding with video games. Maybe it'll spiral into something else in the future, but for now, those are the plans. The next step in terms of planning on how to integrate language learning is I'm going to use LLMs, large language models, because that's a topical technology, and that technology is the most accessible it's ever been in recent years. I have the whole like AI thing that kind of existed in science for a really long time, but it wasn't really referred to like machine learning and whatnot is not referred to as what it is now in pop culture. However, for now, we're gonna try and do that with Chinese, because Chinese is coming to a conclusion here. And I don't think it's legal. I would there's copyright problems if I use any form of reading material, so we can't stream and do graded readers and whatnot without like some potential headaches. So and there aren't, I don't want to like jump to another SRS. So for the Chinese thing, we're going to integrate LLM sessions, and LLM sessions we're probably going to use whatever is most marketably available, probably OpenAI's ChatGPT, whatever the latest version is by the time we get to like past the period. So that's probably the next step. I have the next 2 or 3 steps planned out for now. Yeah, and then video games. Chinese will be more of a let's vibe for a bit so I can finish some of my video game projects, which, you know, low key, the Steam sale is happening right now, and I usually pick up video games during the summer and the winter. So I'm kind of like, I have a few story narration games to pick up. And also, I am able to replay a lot of my older narration games that I thought they had beautiful, absolutely beautiful stories to them. However, they're usually all text, so there's no audio, right? They are localized though, localized in Chinese and Japanese. Even lots of the English ones don't usually, but the Japanese ones tend to be localized in simplified Chinese and traditional, as well as English, of course, and then Japanese. So we can always revisit some fantastic stories. You know, see it from a different lens. And the reason why I start with English is because that forms the context for me to use my memory. So constantly being able to juxtapose between English and everything else helps me provide cultural and commentary and contrast between the two. So from moving forward soon, occasionally you're going to find me playing a video game, and that video game is going to be played in English first because I use it as a learning experience in English. And then with that learning experience, I'm gonna play it over in Japanese and Chinese. And since I usually approach video games in a learning experience, the Chinese and Japanese is no different. It's very, very different playing video games compared to other people. So it's not for everyone. It's very slow. It's not high octane. And I'm usually talking about things much like I do at Duolingo. I think if you go and look at the Like a Dragon videos, those videos are hundreds of hours long, because any slight cultural relevance or Japanese pickups or Chinese pickups, I tend to talk about them because it's a learning experience. It makes the things memorable. I personally think that the vast majority of people play video games to escape, to cope, and their mindset is to actually not learn anything. It's largely to practice something comforting so that they can feel good about themselves temporarily. When I start up a video game, especially a specific video game that I plan to play for its substance, it's very different. With that said, I do play live service games. I play 2 live service games, and those are the games that I play to pass the time. 30 minutes to an hour a day. On Hearthstone, actually 3, I guess. Hearthstone, it's 30 minutes for PSO2 NGS, and then it's 30 minutes for Neverwinter, which Neverwinter I do on every Monday for 10 weeks when a new module comes out. So yes, I do play things to pass the time. However, the things that I play on stream, they're used for learning experiences. I think as long as I'm happy and energetic, you'll only probably find me playing things not to pass time. So I want to really emphasize that when I pass time, I am like an invisible man in the cabin, secluded somewhere. People won't know I exist for that time. So I say this because I don't want to give people the impression that I'm like this all the time. I think sometimes when people consume a lot of internet media like YouTube, especially YouTube, you might forget that what you don't see, there's a lot of things that happen what you don't see, right? People still need to eat, sleep, recharge. So I want to make mention of this because I'm in a very quiet state of mind when I'm not streaming something. I behave appropriately. I do things when I can, when I'm in the right mindset. So whenever you see me streaming Duolingo, it's because I'm ready to study. I am putting 200%. When I'm off stream, I'm chilling a lot of times. I mean, parts of the day we'll deal with writing and whatnot. It'll be different modes. So don't want to give anyone the idea that I'm always like this the whole time. It might seem like a duh to older people. Like the older you get, the more you're like, oh yeah, of course. Like this person's probably not like this the whole time, because that's impossible, or that's highly improbable. No one has energy all the time. A few rare people, maybe. However, it's worth saying this because I have to remember that there are also young people, younger people. I am resting. If you don't see me, I am resting. So if I ever DM you and chat something, it's in my most relaxed state. So yeah, just thought I make all that aware. It's the end of the year. I begin to be a little bit more yappier than usual at the end of the year. Hope that everyone else enjoys brainstorming and reminiscing about their year, right? I often am very fond of the choices I make. I try to emphasize that I am a person who lives without regrets, right? I would say, this is gonna sound, if there's anyone out there who's listening that's older than me, sorry in advance, but I'm too old to live with regrets. So maybe when I was younger, I could be a little regretful. It's like, oh man, gee, I should have done it that way, and if I could do it over again, I would change something. I don't do that anymore. Like, every day I live without regrets. So hopefully, maybe when all the kiddos grow up to be my age, I hope that they find solace and comfort in all the actions and decisions that they make. I feel it goes a long way to wanting to get up each day, feel a little bit, high self-esteem without relying on people giving you affirmation. Like, you wake up, you do something, you make people smile, or you try to make them smile, and then other people come to knock you down. You don't really need them, right? That kind of thing. You can only, with a lot of self-esteem, you can share your self-esteem with other people that may benefit from it. All right, so let's get to our recall with that introduction. Chinese. Okay, unit, can I write here? Yeah, I can. Right? Sometimes there's a block here. Okay, we're good. So, unit 8. Unit 8. What was unit 8? Oh, right. Internet slang. Okay. So we start with the apps. MAKU. MAKU. Yeah, MAKU. Ugh. Sorry. MAKU. 微信 2, right?微信 微博 whoops. This might sound a little bit cliche, but I don't really, if anyone is ever curious in the future, I don't really do many things that is any particularly special to stay active and happy and trying to constantly apply myself. It's rest. You do micro adjustments, when you're not engaged or trying to put in effort into something, you find micro adjustments day after day on how to improve your energy, right? Recovering your energy. So improving your sleep, improving your diet, adding some active exercise in, like working around little things, tweaking a little bit, like add a few steps here, close your eyes a little longer, like finding little things you can tweak about your life. And I actually think that this might sound oxymoronic or maybe a little ironic to some people. What I do on stream a lot of times all these projects and stuff, they are the easiest part, I would say, in life, as in doing something intellectually, doing something creative, doing something learning and enjoying things, or watching things online. That requires the least nuance, and has it probably has a significant impact on your life. However, in my opinion, it pales into comparison what is off stream for a lot of people. So the behind the YouTube, right, behind the creator, like all the things that some creators do often talk about in interviews and stuff, and it would be great if more of that is more apparent. But what happens behind the scene is what keeps that person going. So if you are one person who is thinking that the things you actively do, like this stuff, like how fast you learn Japanese, how fast you learn Chinese, if that is providing most of your stimuli and motivation in life, and you're still unhappy, right? If you're consistently unhappy or having trouble, possibly a professional, like seeking a professional or maybe a close family friend who doesn't have that problem, may go a long way. Because I'd say most of the heavy lifting and the work is when I'm not on stream. So I know it might sound like this is a well done moment for some. The way people ask me questions and the way they make commentary at me about how long I spend studying or how long I'm doing something, how consistent I am on stream and doing this stuff, makes me think that there's an overemphasis on what you see. But I would say most of the 70% that makes me go and tick and do well and consistently learn and stuff is actually not shown here. I know that's kind of deflating a little bit, but the act and the stuff is very informative. I think the one thing that must be emphasized is all the things you see on YouTube, they are made possible and useful to you if the rest of you is doing well. So if you are happy, you are healthy, you're sleeping well, you're eating well, you're exercising, and you have taken care of your obligations, it maximizes whatever you consume on YouTube. So it's hard to appreciate how important that is without being able to experience it, right? Learning as a deficit of a lifestyle creates, in my opinion, immense significant diminished return. Like if you're overly concerned about how fast you learn Chinese or how fast you learn Japanese, and the first thing you do is you have trouble waking up, improving how you sleep and wake up may actually dramatically increase and impact your language learning, right? Not to say that those who have healthy learning and eating, those will not be significant. But for those, if you're asking yourself, how do you feel each day, and you just feel awful each day, and you say that learning a language makes you feel better, then there are a lot of places where you can make gains on language learning that is not obvious, right? You might be thinking, well, how does eating better mean that I learn language better? You'd be surprised. I can't convince you. I can't convince those people who don't believe otherwise. But lifestyle choices on life skills, like skills you have to do consistently, it is going, in my opinion, it has a ever-present impact. Like, for example, doing your job, right? I don't know what my father wanted, though. Okay. Enough of the, enough of being pedantic. Okay. All right. Just thought I like to emphasize that. Okay. Successful people tend to also have successful lifestyle balances. Unless they don't, then they burn out eventually, right? What you're saying right now is honestly a massive point your dad taught you. Oh, your dad really cares about you, in my opinion. I think that's a wonderful thing that your parents are emphasizing. My parents, not so much. They didn't really emphasize that very much. Um, they're more like workaholics. In my early life, I had a pretty bad lifestyle. Like, my work-life balance was like, I'm saying this when I'm talking to like 20-year-olds, like anywhere from 17 to 23-year-olds. It's because my work-life balance was like garbage. It was legitimately incredibly terrible. So I'm 37 now, so it's a very different story in the past couple of years. But yes, my parents inherited a workaholic thing, right? So I had to negotiate and learn myself what am I gaining, what am I losing, how much am I gaining by working, I don't know, 15 hours longer instead of taking like a weekend off. And personally for me, it was negligible. In fact, I might have ended up performing better if I learned how to fit in a routine to recover from the day. So nowadays, like, it's weird, but I actually sleep less than I really thought I needed because my quality of sleep went up. Before, I was always tired, but I slept less. So it habitually got more and more, I got more and more tired. So then I compensated with temporary solutions. Like, solutions that other people would have would be like consuming caffeine and all that stuff, right? There are other ways to compensate. Generally speaking, it's interesting how it turns out when you have a better lifestyle. A good lifestyle can make nearly everything you do better. Yeah, you walk in, you smile, people like being around you. Things become electric. So like, people want to help you or like want to work with you. You get people here's the thing, like, you can teach people more efficiently. This is specifically to my point. You can get people to want to listen to you because you yourself are happy and you exude energy. So, and then if you ever want to be a streamer, right, or a content creator, your content glows more. There's, in my opinion, if you haven't been in the ditches and then overhauled your lifestyle, there are telltale signs, even with editing and stuff. There are telltale signs when a content creator is putting on professionalism versus exuding their energy through their professionalism. So there are people who are simply electric in front of the camera and in their content versus someone who feels like you get the impression they're doing it for sustainability, like to basically to pay the bills and whatnot, right? I think quality of rest is usually far more important than quantity. Yes. It's difficult to demonstrate that when people reduce how they approach optimizing their lifestyle, like slowly optimizing their lifestyle based on numbers, right? So like, for example, language learning. What is the quality of your language learning? Now you might be thinking, well, how do you measure that? Well, you don't measure it per se in the scheme of comparing it to someone else. You measure it by comparing you and the previous time. So, like, for example, did the quality of your study plan improve over time? Or did just the quantity go up? Because I can argue observing other people's plans, especially transitioning from like the aspect of studying a language for a couple months versus a year and then years, the quality of their study plan rarely changes that much. The quantity goes up, and the quantity ends up running the person dry. Like, you reach burnout because the quantity becomes non-sustainable. There wasn't any reform or consistent maintenance of one's own learning routine. So at some point, you've been doing the same thing for so long, the quantity has shot up to a massive event, to a massive amount, but the diminished return continues to stack. So then you continue to use exponential amount of time while getting less and less return. And that can be mirrored in one's lifestyle. Like for sleeping and stuff. Like, oh yeah. No worries. I'll get the sleep tomorrow. Like, oh yeah, it's like I'll sleep in the day after. And then it keeps getting pushed, right? I'm guilty of that for sure. As of late, I have been a little guilty of that. So I'm steadily getting like a little bit more. So I don't like all of a sudden say, oh yeah, I'm just cut it. Let's just cold turkey and snap back to the beginning. You decline a little. You slowly improve it a little. I don't do the thing where, oh, that's okay. If I put in like 6 all-nighters, then I'll just crash for an entire day and expect that the habit will reset itself. Habits, lifelong lifestyle stuff, they show steady decrease and steady improvements back and forth. The more extreme it is, the less and less likely that it will be salient, and you have a dysfunctional habit formation. So no, I'm not in a rush to shove like 20,000 kanji down my throat or find the next most rapid thing. I'm naturally migrating and progressing as I'm going. Leaps and bounds, that's great for some people, I suppose. If you're going to ask me anything, it would be about developing consistency. And then consistency and quality management of your routines, right? Quality management of your habits. I don't lose, if I need to lose weight, I don't lose 30 pounds in 1 month. I lose 30 pounds in a year or something like that. Something that is more sustainable and at a level, right? If I need to work up to a marathon and I'm starting at a mile, I wouldn't choose to run a marathon in 2 months if I find that you can't space it to a manageable degree. I think YouTube has this way of the algorithm itself has this way of exaggerating extremes, right? Especially language learning. I mean, most things, but language learning has gotten a lot of hot topic recently, very recently. Cue the life hacks on learning a language in less than a month. Quote unquote learning a language in a month. Schwa. Brown. Wait, no. The wrong character. Keep wanting to draw a house. Or write house. 读好. 5号。高富帅。Whoops. Off to a great start. That was a wobble. No one will know. Ooh. Bye.宅男。宅男。I made a stroke error yesterday. Correct it now. Nah. Hi, 鸟。Hi, 鸟。美美。美美。美美。美。梦。吃。吃货。诶，吃货。诶。加。粉丝。粉丝。好友。嗯。跟舵 ，Whoops。跟舵。100万。100万。OK。哦，wait yeah，这拍。朋友。wait no that's fine。朋友。 穿朋友穿share 分享分享分享分享 something far 转发转发whoops oh my proportions are 转发 OMG, you finally managed to play the part that you've been struggling with? Play the part? What part? You're playing piano right now? Right on. Did I already know you played the piano? Have we talked about your piano? What are you playing right now? What piece are you playing right now? 转发关关注关注点赞You're still a noob at piano? That's not what I asked. Aaron. That's not what I asked. Come on. That's that we need I'm gonna slap you with a virtual stick for every time you preface by deflecting by playing yourself down. Listen, what are you playing right now? I have a this one is very good. Have you ever played? Are you familiar with a game called To the Moon? There's a very elegant, almost simple. It's a very simple piece. I don't play the piano, by the way. I'm talking about from my ears. It's a song called For River. And they probably have tons of sheet music. Yeah, like this. I just wanted to share with you for a sec. Yeah, it's a lot of repeated patterns, but if you're interested in music, try this one. I don't know if this will it's a game called in the game called To the Moon, and it was composed by Laura Shigihara and it's for a Freebird games, and this is like one of the main character pieces in it. It's a very sentimental piece, but the way it plays and the way it's arranged, it deals with a lot of repeated I hear a lot of repeated measures, as in measures in sheet music. So perhaps that might be something interesting. It's very soothing. It's a very calming. It's kind of like the other. So what is the other song that people love playing? I think it has River in it too. I'll get back to you on that. But I don't think I remember you mentioning piano. But yes. Yeah, what are you trying to play right now? 点章评论 If you're a noob at piano, then I'm a non-existent I'm a non-existent piano player. Can't play the piano at all. England. I think that's it. That's all our vocabulary, right? Follow, yes. Okay. So, Unit 7. What was Unit 7? Japanese was city. Unit 7. Festivals. You mentioned it before, Chern. Like we talked, we've had quite a lot of discussions in the last 2 days. Low self-esteem, right? Like what I mean is I'm trying to tell you that you probably have a lot of skills and know a lot of things that I don't know how to do. So feel free to share that. Personally, when like taking somewhat of a pride on and being enthusiastic and being in the moment with your own skill development can help, like may slowly build up that sense of feeling of self-importance. It's one of those things that I feel not a lot of people will find relatable in like this type of space, because self-importance is kind of at an all-time high. So what I mean by that is you'll find that if you don't necessarily portray a little bit of self-interest and being able to want to share the things that you're doing, it may make you less and less noticeable, and also possibly people won't relate to you as much. I totally understand the whole potential like borderline imposter syndrome kind of thing. It is a cultural, it can be a very big cultural barrier too, so I might be overextending a little here. But for myself, I don't think it matters if you suck at something, or if you think you suck at something, or you just learned something for the first time. I think it's very interesting because I can't do it. I can't play the piano. Maybe one day, if you're very excited and you like sharing lots of your piano stuff, and demonstrating to other people that playing the piano is really fun, regardless if you're good at it or not, right? I might start playing the piano, right? That's kind of how I got here in the first place. Lots of enthusiastic people. Of course, we have to mind ourselves at the other extreme, where the opposite is also an imbalance, where when someone feels like they are the most important thing in the world and then they hold themselves around. I totally understand that. But for those who might be having low self-esteem, it's very important, right? Haydn. It's a sonata in C major. Haydn? That's not. See, that's what I mean. Even I know that isn't a how I would say a noob piece, right? All right, mister. All right. I see how it is. But slow down a little cuz too fast. Yeah. Have you heard this before? I don't know if you apply this to language learning or something. This is one of the principles that I've stuck with for a very long time. If you can do it slow, you can do it fast enough. Eventually. I kind of modified it. I kind of modified it. I think the more stripped down saying was, if you can do it slow, you can do it fast. But there's a little subtext when it comes to, like, when I was back in the day when I was still playing the violin, and if you can do it slow, you can do it fast, right? AKA practice makes perfect. Sort of. I didn't use practice makes perfect because practice makes better. It doesn't make perfect. Practice makes pride. Practice makes acceptable. Practice makes you want to feel rewarded, in my opinion. So focusing on the practice makes perfect, my turn of phrase for practice makes perfect is practice makes better. Practice makes comfort. And practice is often rewarding. Hopefully. The reason why I stray away from the word perfect is perfect in this case is often they're talking about practice makes unattainable. So like the idea of an unattainable goal. For someone who is have a lot of self-esteem, right? For someone who is very confident in themselves, they like to have unattainable goals. The unattainable goals keep keep the person being able to channel all of their bottomless motivation towards that. Like, for example, my example is I want to help millions of people, right? I want to be able to successfully help anyone I talk to. That's an unattainable goal. So when it's unattainable, I practice to try to make it perfect, but it never becomes perfect. So practice doesn't literally make perfect. Practice makes getting closer to perfection, your idealism. So as you strive for this unattainable goal, you become better at it. You become more comfort. Yeah, like it provides more comfort. And then it becomes rewarding in the long run. So I think sometimes focusing on the idea of perfect can really destroy kids early on, like earlier, like younger people, because then it would be practice is not rewarding until it's perfect. So that is what I generally am concerned about when I think of this day and age, when it comes to YouTube and whatnot. Things are not rewarding until it is perfect. And I think a loss in communication between older generation and newer generation is that they're talking about an unattainable goal. You have all the motivation possible to constantly strive for an unattainable goal. Without the unattainable goal, a person might lose their drive, right? Once you attain perfection, where do you go from there? So this gets confused with making achievable goals. That's another thing that gets confused with, in my opinion. Because now, in order to try to fix the burnout and whatnot, younger people might be thinking, oh, okay, I'll make attainable goals. So those attainable goals get mixed up with being perfect. And then when you're perfect, you don't have to learn anything anymore. You don't have to practice anymore. So a language learning example is, oh, I've learned this already. I don't need to ever practice it anymore because it's perfect. So like, for example, if you beat a game, that's your goal. It's an achievable goal. Is it perfect? For myself, the answer is no. It's never perfect. Because practice makes perfect. You can always practice to make it better. So just to make it clear. So in this case, if you can do it slow, you can do it fast enough eventually. So fast enough for you, right? Fast enough to be happy. Fast enough that you're satisfied with it. So when somebody asks you, how fast do you play this? Oftentimes, a very healthy, successful person would say, it's fast enough. And it's like, whoa, I think you're slow. It's like, okay, you think it's slow, but I know a lot of people who think it's perfect, right? Or just right. And that's probably a good place to leave that message. So, you know, I when you said like, but slow down a little because too fast, it's probably just right. I wouldn't have. It sounds like you're enjoying it at a speed that you can, hopefully, that you're satisfied with working upon, right? All your friends are grade 8 already. What does that mean? I didn't realize piano had grades. What does grades mean, by the way? I was self-taught. So the first skill, one of the earliest first skills that I had to self-teach was playing the violin, because I didn't, I didn't have access to like a private teacher or something like that. So most of the time I played in the orchestra with the vast majority of violinists that have private teachers or like home uh, things. And that didn't really change the outcome. I did my best. I practiced the best way I could, right, at the time. Obviously, practice makes perfect. Um, those sayings, I think I agree with them for for the most part. I'd like to add my little spin to it as a more of a quality of health, like quality of nuance addition. Yeah. Hopefully your practices make you, it has proper reward and motivation and whatnot. And that you don't need to be perfect to want to share it with other people. Sometimes it could be just right the way it is. Unit 7. Where were we going? Oh, yeah. Gong, 恭喜. Oh, 恭喜发财. Oh, what time is it? Okay. 恭喜发财. Chen, Chen, Chen 姐. 分解关五节中中秋节kind of off topic, but do you done digital art of anything of that nature before? Kind of like, but you done digital art of anything? I have. Long story short, the vast majority of my digital art I do during October. So, I'll and Inktober, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Inktober, but Inktober used to be like this like this art event, and people still do this. You do a prompt every day, and there's like an official list, and then other people do their own version. Uh, oh, they usually don't draw. Okay, okay, yes. Yeah, drawing gloves. Um, so I do it publicly. So I record all my sessions from beginning to end on all the prompts. And this year, because I was learning Japanese and Chinese, all the prompts, whenever they had a prompt, I decided to incorporate something that's Chinese and Japanese. So this is the 4th year that I've done Inktober. So I can give you an example of some of these. So for example, you have heard Inktober. Okay, so I don't need to say anything about it. So here's an example, right? So this is what was the prompt? Let me look at the prompt. This is a one that took 4 hours. I didn't have time to color it because I still needed to do my Duolingo sessions. So the prompt was passport. Passport. So I did the American passport and I made it into like a door, right? I made it into a door. And then obviously the left is the Great Wall of China and the right one is Osaka Castle. So, and the prompt was passport. So I kind of made the passport into like a door into another place, right? And then sometimes I experiment with different things when I have time, right? So like maybe something like, for example, this one, for example, the prompt is the sun, right? And I'm a sucker for okami, so I had to draw okami for the Japanese side of things. You know, Amaterasu, for the game, and it's topical because a sequel was announced. So I'm kind of really jammed that Capcom has brought back okami, and then the bag was supposed to be um, the Chinese goddess, goddess of the sun. So things like that, right? And I do this every year in October. I think the one that I really spent like a lot of time on, but or very little time on, but I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed how it looks. Was this one? Um, this one was Uncharted. The prompt was Uncharted. And we did the characteristic ship, right? The ship that is um, common between the two. A ship type. I forgot what these things are called. And then occasionally you would do something like fun like this, which you do like a black and white kind of thing. And of course, Whoa. Sorry, there we go. You do like the ink painting things with red, and I had to put in Gojira, and a what do you call them in Chinese? The monsters. So that's kind of the idea, and then I took like inspiration from anime or things like that, where look almost hand painted. They were all done by hand, so I was trying to go for a hand painted style. And then there's like sketch styles, right? So you have like sketch styles like here where I deliberately make it look rough. So this was this prompt was rust. So I decided to draw the Buster Sword because that was topical. And then Bakai is a 7-tooth rake because of Wukong, right? Black Myth Wukong came out this year, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out this year. And Final Fantasy VII is a Japanese game, and Black Myth Wukong came from a Chinese developer. So you kind of get the there are I did experiment with vectoring this year. So there are vectors which aren't hand painted. They're more like vector guided things. So like this. This was roam. Like roam, to roam around. And I decided to combine some cities and buildings. I decided to combine some buildings from both iconic places in China and iconic buildings in Japan together in one. And then obviously put on a backdrop of the sun. So most of this stuff, you can see how it's sharp and shaped and straight lines because it's a vector. It's largely vectored. It has that crispiness. Most of my hand painting stuff would probably be like close to this. Usually, this was hiking as the name prompt. I write what I decided to use as a Chinese and Japanese thing for this. And then you can get like crazy. Last year I like experimented with going pretty outrageous. I think last year my favorite is probably, which is why you saw an evolution of the white and black. So last year my theme was for all the prompts to incorporate everything that deals with a red panda. So I like changed everything to a red panda. So if you if you like Japanese, you're probably familiar with Shin Godzilla's like aesthetic, right? The Godzilla aesthetic. So I decided to just make it into a red panda, and then like did this like wet ink painting thing. I actually just used a water brush. And then you have like very graffiti like things, right? I really like this one from last year. The prompt was rush. So then I did like a bunch of things where you start making like the whole like bubbly graffiti work, make things like really bright and like electric things, you know. But this is from a show. This is from a movie called Redline. The car is from Redline, and this like aesthetic is from Redline. So yeah, I do digital work. Yeah, I do digital work, but largely the digital work is, yeah, it's why I have a drawing glove for the most part. Actually, I also played OS for a really long time, so the drawing glove served as a double purpose. I actually got I got a tablet initially for drawing, And I largely only draw during that month. I largely only draw during Inktober. And then everything else you see, right, like emotes and whatnot, I made those, basically. I made those. Because I wanted to at least appreciate what it's like for people to draw and whatnot. I can give you an example of what it used to look like so that people don't, you know, I wish I kept, hold up. I always keep like a really, really old one, so that I let people know that that's not where I started. Like, people don't magically become. Nah, it looks really pep. Like, really, really. Let me see. Do I have an example? Well, let's just say my first couple ones look like MS Paint. Like, literally, here's a short story. Right? Here's a short story. The first comments that I got when I was trying to draw like emotes or something, right? And I loaded up the first emote, and the person said like, "Oh yeah, you know, I really like your style. It looks exactly like you made it in MS Paint." And I'm like, "Thank you." Like, I didn't know if it was sarcastic or not. It can't. It's like difficult to know these days because when people make comments, I don't really know. It's the same when someone comes up and it's like, "Oh yeah, you know, you've been doing a lot of studying." And I'm like, "Okay, I hope that's apparent that I'm doing a lot of studying." So the MS Paint thing, I didn't do it in MS Paint. I actually still do it in the same art program that I've ever done it. So all the stuff is done in Krita. So it didn't change. Largely, I do it once a month. That's about it. And then occasionally when someone wants me to like make something or make some adjustments or something, I do that. It looked like what I drew earlier. Like Churn, yesterday I was drawing a tree, right? And I asked Churn if they draw anything, and I really do mean my drawing things. My drawing things start like very simple, and then they become more and more elaborate with practice, right? You're bad at O's, only can do 1 to 2 stars. You gotta start somewhere. I played O's. You played, oh, and you played O's quite a bit too. You Miko. I played O's quite a bit. I actually met my Twitch stuff. Like, originally was it transitioned into a O's thing for some time, and then I realized that my my empathy doesn't really resonate with the OS community, because the OS community is largely based on a performance-based thing. So, but OS Mania 4.5 stars maybe. That's great. I played 0 OS Mania, so that is 4.5 stars more than I am, right? I was, I guess, what do you call those people now? I was like a 50k something at the time. I don't even know what it is now. Probably the account has like depreciated to like a 6k 6 digit or something like that at this point. It's been like over a year and a half, maybe 2 years now. There was a time when I started doing like routines to like improve my hand dexterity and stamina, because it was very difficult to keep up with the requirements. So there you have it. Thanks for asking. Yeah, drawing glove is because feeling my palm hit the surface is kind of kind of like distracting. Okay. Where are we? Okay. 聚会. Maybe I'll play O's again sometime. If I play now, I'd be probably... Yeah, maybe I'll play O's again here and there. The reason why I haven't played O's in a long while is not anything related to O's directly. It's due to copyright music. However, I wouldn't mind making one with all the featured music. So I started doing a series called Feature Artists, and I was gonna react to feature artist compositions, like talk about the music making parts, like the music composition part, and not so much the game part. Like the game part was sufficient because I was able to play at least half the map sets and whatnot of those feature artists. However, that did not quite land in my enthusiasm. It's a little bit exhausting and whatnot, and it wasn't necessarily intellectually stimulating enough for me, so I didn't keep that up. Oh there, Vangle. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you. We are still in our years of language learning. How are you doing, Vangle? What have you been up to lately? Where are we? Okay. 聚会是 oh. Don't get me wrong, guys. I do like still being reasonably competent in the things I do. I stop though. I stop when I have less and less to gain. So, OS, I moved on from OS because I took all the experience from OS and I can talk about OS and relate to OS. However, my learning process has hit like an 80-20 split, right? So I don't move on because of disinterest. I largely move on because of diminished return in skill development. Until some perfect storm of self-interest boost me and motivate me to push beyond my limits, I usually don't stay with something. So like, for example, no one's really pushing me for Duolingo per se, outside of like what Duolingo is doing as a vision. So eventually I move on from Duolingo, right? Eventually I move on from most things unless someone or some entity keeps me invested, right? The investment has to be proportional to the time I'm investing. Otherwise, my personal self-development is that I become more and more interested in other skills. I like acquiring skills. Learning process is what keeps me doing things. If I'm not learning anything, then I'm most likely going to stop doing it over time. Am I already like fluent Japanese speaker, Kappa? No, not really. But we get opportunities to speak Japanese here and there. You know. How about you? Have you been learning another language lately? What's underneath? Gee. Gee. Oh. This is Chinese, by the way. We're doing Chinese right now. We did Japanese earlier. 机会. 机会. Nalai. Nalai. Hong bao. Hua guo. Hua guo. Hua guo. You try to learn other Slavic languages. Because I've already got 3 in your arsenal. I see. You also try Korean, but you're struggling with it. Kappa? So you aren't trying Korean? I'm not sure what that kappa is. Can you criticize my writing? Yeah, sure. What's up? What's up, Turn? Oh. Fun. Fun. I mean, it's kind of difficult to you from Slavic to see Korean. I see. Long. Longzhou. Oh. Your girlfriend already knows it, and I hope it's gonna be an easy ride for you. Oh yeah, that's right. Did you end up moving already, or did I miss that part? I remember you were talking about Korea. Oh, cool. Dun. Danju. Oof. Totally missed that mark. Danju. Okay. Uh-huh. So what, do you just want me to rewrite them so that they look like that? Just so you know, that's just handwriting, but alright. I'll, oh, Ibai was incorrect though. Yes. And then Jie is correct. Zhongqiu is correct. But it's sloppy, so let's go fix it. Yeah, so out of the 3, the 1 by was an error, but that's fine. Other than that, the others, you're talking about handwriting, which I can't really demonstrate to you. I can't really demonstrate to you how much dexterity I may or may not have with my hands when it comes to writing in this format. You forgot the stroke? Oh, I didn't forget the stroke. It's because a plugin erased the stroke. So there's no criticism because all 3 of these are supposed to line up. In fact, most of the time when I do shorthand, I don't include that. So if you weren't paying attention, sometimes this is when the things slide up. 朋友, 好友, you added a dot? Oh, okay. Okay. Did I add a 朋友? Oh, I did. Okay. Cool. Neat. For the record, I already know what bai is. I already know what yo is. And I also already know, but thanks. Oh, it's hard to say. You're surprised that you remember that? You're trying right now to make money to move. We can't move without any passive income. We need at least $3,000, $4,000 per month to live. Wow, that's a lot. Per month? 3,000 to 4,000 USD per month to live? Dang, that's quite a lot. Yeah, thanks for pointing them out, I guess. I suppose. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. No. Oh, wait. Oh, I erased Xiaofa. Sorry. Where's Pangyo? Oh, Pangyo is up here. Okay, there you go. There you go. Those aren't critiques. I'm gonna be direct with you, Turn. Those aren't critiques. Those are pointing out things that people make out of human error. Yeah. So I don't know what it is that that triggers you, but generally speaking, those type of criticisms is something that you might need to work on your own because people make errors, but that it's not a criticism, it's a pet. It's like something that triggers you. I mean 2 people. Oh, for both people. Okay. Wait. No, that's still a lot. Yeah. For 2 people, you need 3 to 4K. Quite a lot. Yeah, I can. Thanks for picking them out though, Sharon. It can be very difficult when someone's writing and talking at the same time. Nyo, Naicha. Nyo, Naicha. Naicha. Let's see. What are we doing next? Chan La Tang. A lot of people here also pointing out if it wrong, because in school, if you got one stroke wrong, it still counts as a wrong word, so we are forced to write the correct word already. You still got it wrong, though. Basically, it's hard to get a job in Korea with your profession. I see. Minimum, you gotta pay $1 USD for rent. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right, actually. That seems very reasonable. Do you ever... So the people never lets you... So in school, they never let you discover what's wrong? So here's my take on this, right? I mean, I already mentioned this a couple times to you. Do you correct what's wrong in school? Or is it that someone corrects it for you? So this is probably the difference. I know this. This happens in the United States a lot too. Actually, this happens more often on the internet. This is probably the reason why the people that I talk to, no longer hang around anymore, because if anyone on the internet, for most people, they care. They're very kind people. However, they don't mutually hang around too often, because if they know more, it annoys them. It annoys them. Or also it hurts them if they like care about you, right? It hurts them because they want to correct it right away. Right? But telling me that I made a stroke error, right? Telling me that I made this stroke error, you don't understand how many times I've written this correctly. So when in school, if someone says, do you correct if it's wrong, right? Like if you wrote it 100 times and your teacher happened to be around and say, hey, you wrote it wrong this time, is it a criticism? It's not. It's not constructive, because the teacher doesn't know that the other 99 times you've written it correctly. So when it comes to a criticism, you might actually, I would agree. I'll be a little bit more fair. It is criticism, but it's not constructive. It's not constructive criticism. Basically, I've written these characters a lot. Like a lot. So if it just so happens that today I've made that error, it's helpful that people point it out. It's not useful constructively for my growth. So when I asked if the teacher corrects you right away, then you're not learning anything. You didn't catch the mistake yourself, per se, and you might not even learn anything from it, because you probably already know what the answer was, or like whatnot. So it is interesting. I would have to say this is a very common thing. Like, I'm not saying you can continue to do that. It doesn't bother me. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that I will correct it, but I don't really think you don't have to feel the need to, unless it makes you upset, which I think we've come to the conclusion that it makes you upset. If you get one, we hand in our homework to the teacher, and the teacher marks our homework and corrects it for us. Yeah. So, that like they give you the correct answer or something, or do you correct it after you get it marked? Like, do you correct it? Generally speaking, for me, I like to be able to correct my own errors. So when someone says, oh, there's something wrong with this, I'm like, huh, I wonder what's wrong with it. So, and if I can figure it out, then I learned something. But if I already knew what the answer was, and I just happened to make a stroke error or I was distracted and stuff, I can be able to say that, right? Not that most people learn that way, I suppose. But in Russia, I don't think it works. It's not fair for sure, but we can't make it better. I see. Yeah, here, it's about 1K per place. But since you have 2 people, yeah, 1K seems actually fairly reasonable now that I think about it. The one thing that you should say is your English is present for me like a Slavic. I'm really understanding all. So one thing. Oh, okay. I understand what you mean. Yeah, so does the teacher give you the correct answer? Or do you get it marked off and then you have to figure out why it's wrong? That's probably what I'm asking. So if they mark the homework wrong, then you got it wrong, right? So that's definitely a bummer, right? A bummer. However, do you end up correcting your own mistakes or do you just say, "Oh yeah, that's the correct thing," and then you just throw your homework out and say like, "Ah, okay, that's done." I'm very curious because I think that's how the internet works most of the time. I'm very used to what you're doing right now. uh, I think that's a very social norm nowadays. But yes, sometimes I guess I have a habit of adding this stroke because yo looks a lot like fa, right? Yo looks like. Have you ever seen Doomer vibes? I have no idea what that means. Wait, no, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, so I must have wrote this. Or let me explain, I guess. I must have wrote this because I thought I already wrote this stroke, right? So there is a chance that when I wrote this stroke, I backed up and then I proceeded to write the rest, right? So this is by, right? The first stroke. And then the reason why I accidentally put this stroke is because it's often associated. I imagine this pattern, right? So these two are related. And then the reason I miss jie in that stroke is because the plugin sometimes erase a plug when I had to reposition. So if you I can probably explain why there's a missing stroke here. If we rewind back the tape, right? If we rewind back the video, it's probably when this thing slided. Oh, it's right before I introduce like the digital artwork and probably. That stroke went missing. So then I continue to move on. And then after I do all of this, I look back. I look back on what I did and then I find out what I missed, right? That's kind of how that works out, right? Mentioned that before. Anyways, it's not really a big deal, more like I wanted to know what is normal to you. If people correct you along the way or not. I think sometimes that helps with learning. Sometimes it doesn't. For me, not so much, right? But it wouldn't matter to the other person if I said, "Oh, okay, that's a good catch. Thanks." Um, let's see. Where are we? La. La. Ang. I gotta get better at explaining that because it happens a lot. It's a component of self-study that I feel is um is something I don't particularly empathize with. The way people self-study without reviewing what they do. So they're reliant on other people to correct them. I did. I completed all the Yakuza stories so far. And there's going to be one in February, Bangle. We're going to play it on launch in February. Yakuza Pirate. Yeah, there's one in February. Although before that, I'm going to be playing the Chinese playthrough of Infinite Wealth, and then the Japanese playthrough of Infinite Wealth. Right before the Yakuza Like a Pirate. I mean, like Yakuza Like a Pirate. Oh, Like a Dragon. I should just call it Like a Pirate game that's coming out in fact February. Combine it. It's the I keep forgetting what the title is called. Like a Dragon, Yakuza Pirate or something. Trilla. What do we have? There is one other guy that basically I really like liked how attentive the person was. I remember doing a review, right? One of my reviews where I was trying to cover like 10 units worth of Chinese stuff, and that guy legitimately sat there and um talked about how my stroke orders, they were clarifying on my stroke orders, and I really appreciate it. I mean, you could do that. Um I don't really mind it. Like the guy literally could tell that my stroke orders were in a different order, which is really interesting. They were very attentive, right? Um I think to this day I think I still remember which two characters. Three, actually. One of them was this radical versus this radical. Where one's a corner and one isn't. And then I'm pretty sure that person was a person who told me about the fat panel and the skinny panel. Not that it was very obvious to tell. Oh. Oh. Ding. You're back? Why did I start learning Japanese? Like a dragon. If you want to know like the really, really immediate thing, like a dragon, probably. Because I want to play video games that I can make commentary about the Japanese. That's probably one of the major motivations to learn Japanese. Welcome back, Chern. Let's see. Where are we? Beijing. I want to do commentary on a deeper commentary on playing video games in different languages. I watch movies and TV shows and whatnot in different languages with different subtitles all the time. So I wanted to be able to make more commentary, something that something that deepens my appreciation for different languages. I don't think I empathize with the vast majority of people who have this like incredible bias, in my opinion, of like emotional baggage with language, because ultimately they come from a background, a monolingual and monocultural background, like a strongly monocultural background. So the way I enjoy video games is kind of a bit not as invested if I don't try to invest more in it. So learning Japanese would be learning any degree of Japanese or Chinese helps me connect with a convenient game series that also have Chinese, Japanese, and English performances along with their localization, their text. So all this is still a combination of playing the next Like a Dragon game with some competence in Japanese and Mandarin. Yep. That's a longer story. The longer answer is that Japanese and Mandarin have been part of my childhood since even before I could form English sentences. So better now than never. I guess that wasn't such a long answer. 班主，班主，班主，班主. Yeah, banju, because we learned that it's one. Hope we will see Sleeping Dog 2 sometime. Who owns Sleeping Dog? Square Enix owns Sleeping Dog, yeah. Probably not. If it got sold to like Capcom or Sega, maybe. But I think Sleeping Dog is still under Square Enix, right? Square Enix owns the license? Probably not. Maybe when Sega proves that Like a Dragon can trade blows with like the likes of, I don't know, any Sony Entertainment first party title, then Square Enix might be like, oh, okay, we can do that. You know? That kind of thing. I have considered playing Sleeping Dogs 1 again because of Chinese. Yeah, at some point I did play it on stream, but those VODs are lost the ether. Anything from more than 2 years ago is lost to the ether. You mean it's awesome for you? Yeah. I really enjoyed Sleeping Dogs. It was a fantastic game. Very underappreciated. Very could be potentially controversial if they do a Sleeping Dogs deal. Could be potentially controversial. I mean, I guess there's also like the location and whatnot. high tensions. Blue roll. Blue roll fun. Oops. Nope.粽子哦 I think this is you think it's an underrated game? Yeah, I would agree. It definitely did not produce a following that represents how underrated it is, I would say. Tangyuan. Oh, you know what? I think I skipped over Tangyuan yesterday. Of all the things, you know? I might have skipped over this. Yeah, ping. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. I think they went with... Ah! Oh, boy. That really missed the mark, didn't it? Okay. I think that's good enough, right? That's probably good. Alright, we're leaving this unit behind, right? So, let's get into our new vocabulary word. Let's get the guidebook. Oh, we have a little bit. ASAP. Interesting. 请给我 receipt. Maybe that's 就 and show
请给我收据。
收据 Oh yeah, right, G, no Jews. G 收据收据 the good old bot reminding me that I'm live. You first played the game on Xbox 360 when you were 12? Dang. That's a while ago. Yeah, no worries. We had the I think we averaged 2 or 3 bots a day to remind me that I'm live on Twitch. I call them like I usually thank the bots unceremoniously to remind me. Brought to you live on Twitch. Hey. 有驴友飞 旅游 no yeah wait 旅游费用不可以推 no not 推 something oh 打 something
旅游费用不可以报销。
oh 报销 oh right oh 销 we don't have 销I don't think we have 销 that combination oh wait we do have 销取消 that's 销 I think it might the left radical might be different 取消 yeah it's different I think 取消 shall used water but it is read similarly though it kind of has a very similar meaning to reimbursed
旅游费用不可以报销。
旅游费用不可以
旅游费用不可以报销。
报销 okay 报销 where have I used 包 before I guess I'll be reminded soon enough 请 new 快回Naka oh not like
请尽快回复。
Fu okay I have Fu before 请 wait
请尽快回复。
尽 okay 请尽快回复
请尽快回复。
请尽快回复 Yesterday was your birthday, so you want to come by? Oh, well, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. Hopefully you're getting closer and closer to your goal of finding your ideal environment to live in, Bengal. 这个 no what? That is a thing. 这个 blank. What could that possibly be? 这个 something. Dang it. 节 kind of looks like a 节 but 节的something. Oh no, I have that character too. 是多少
这个广告的预算是多少？
Sean. Oh, in Sean Da Xuan is where that is. What is the last one?
这个广告的预算是多少？
That's Guang. Oh, 广告
这个广告的预算是多少？
预算是多少？预算 The budget 预算广告的 Oh 广告 Oh 广告 Okay, it does sound like it though. 广告广告 the I actually don't know how to say budget in Fujianese. 及广告里 I probably just say 见 like 晒见 like spending money or budget spending money 是 이 느라 及公告的赛件地女啦。What is the budget for this advertisement? I basically said, what is the commercials spending, cash spending? Like, how much do they spend on the advertisement, as opposed to say, what is the budget? 我们还没有看过。One looks like Yi, and that's it. Oh, maybe Ban Yi. I don't know. We'll just guess that.
我们还没看过协议。
Oh, 协议. Okay, not even close. Oh, the Yi is still there. Okay, 协议. All right. 协议. Interesting. Agreement. Fair enough. What do we have here? 太通代 or yeah 太通像学了什么？
合同上写了什么？
合同 Oh no. Alright, 合同像学了什么 Okay. This is Chinese. To ask someone to do something as soon as possible, you can add 尽快. The budget? The word budget? Or is it this? 尽快. Wait, oh yeah, you did mention 尽快. Oh yeah, that's right, as soon as possible. Before the task you want, yeah. 尽快回复离开 Oh 请尽快离开 I see 请尽快把请尽快把报告写完报告报告 Man, 报告 just sounds weird. 报告写完 Oh, those things? Yeah, I don't know these things. Oh, yeah, I don't know these things. I've already forgotten what budget is. We'll get it in the unit. Oh, 4 units. Is it kind of difficult for you or Japanese was easier? They're about very similar. I think Chinese, I don't have to worry about grammar as much because I hear auditorially, I have intuition, so that does factor into difficulty to some extent. The Chinese is probably substantially less. However, they're not a greater difference if we were to level the playing field. There's not too. It's a negligible difference. To provide like a more general answer for these things, the question of difficulty, right? I like sharing this, so don't worry about it. Be ready. Hold on to your seats. When I think about difficulty, I ask myself, is it feasible? Or not, right? Feasible? Not. If it is, then most of the time I'm gonna end up saying it's a negligible difference between all the skills that I have chosen. So that's kind of how that works nowadays. I tackle skills, and rarely do I think about how difficult it is. Here's a thought though. Here's a thought. When I start thinking about the difficulty, when I think about this, right? If it ever comes up, it gets me excited. If that makes sense, because it means I have problems to solve. So you could argue that I could also make a separate perspective that the things I choose to do may seem difficult enough, sufficiently difficult enough to be interesting. Now, here's my take on this. When people say difficult enough, they're talking about challenges, right? They're talking about challenges or things they like. Things they like. When I'm talking about difficulty, I'm talking about, can I learn something? If I can't learn something about myself or like the thing, then it's not difficult enough. So the reason why there's a difference between this and this is because things I don't like initially are difficult. And even people who only measure things that they like or want to do that are difficult, I would argue there's probably not a counter argument to this. The most difficult thing that you can do are things that you don't like or things that you don't care about, because it's very difficult to care about something you don't care about. So for me, most of the time is, can I learn something? If I can learn something, then it's difficult. And it's difficult enough for me to want to do it. And then the rest is history. I don't think about like, most of the time, I don't think about like, oh, it's difficult now, or how difficult is it now, kind of thing. If it's interesting, I can learn something. So you are trying your best to make it perfect at all? Nope. Perfect. The word perfect deals with difficulty as well. So when someone strives to rate their difficulty, they have an idea of what's perfect. I think about sufficiency. So good enough. I'm a good enough kind of person. Is this good? Is this difficult enough? Is it interesting enough? Is there enough things to learn? As opposed to, oh, is this the perfect thing for me? As in, is this perfectly difficult for me? As in, it's not too hard, it's not too easy, it's the thing that I want, right? So most of the time when people think about perfect and they think about difficulty, they wait. They wait for the perfect thing. Could work if I was younger. When I was younger, I kind of thought of it this way. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go into science, and science is gonna be the perfect thing because I spend most of my time on the perfect thing. If I get perfect and skilled on this, it would pay out. And then life throws a wrench at you and say, oh yeah, just thought, you know. So basically, if you had fluent Japanese or Chinese, it's gonna be awesome. If it does. Yeah, if it does. So lots of people, when they're learning a language, they're saying when they become fluent. And then often to try to avoid the idea of if they become fluent. And my thought is, nah, it's okay. Like, I've already learned enough to make myself incredibly happy with Japanese and Chinese. I could stop right now if I wanted to. Have you heard that before? I'm sure you've heard that before. Where it could stop, and be happy, where you stop. I don't believe that there are many people in the internet space these days that genuinely believe that they could stop and be happy where they are. Most of the time it would be with like regret. It would be regret, waste of time. I didn't get as good as I hoped. I thought I could compete. No, hear me out here. These are all reasonable feelings for younger people, younger ambitious people. I'm expressing that I'm no longer that ambitious. Most of the time, I'm very grateful whatever amount of work I've done, because I don't have to do it. So let's be clear that we're talking about things that someone chooses to do, right? So this is the disclaimer. I'm choosing to learn Japanese and Chinese. So I get to set my goals and my mindset. And oftentimes when I voluntarily choose to do something, I favor my mental health. Far more than what other people think. What I mean by that is other people's standards. If I'm doing a job, that's a different story. So if I have to do something like a job, I would obey standards. But it's not. Is it helping you to be good? No. Maybe. I can't answer that question. Other people have to answer that question. Right. I like what I do, and I like how well enough that I do it. So there hasn't been like a skill that I said, oh yeah, I'm like I didn't do anything. I don't think there has been a skill like that. I didn't do anything. However, to be good at something, you need someone from the outside to tell you that you're good. I mean, do you get a joy from it? Of course I get joy from it. I wouldn't choose things that I don't get joy from. Right? I don't choose joyless. I don't make joyless decisions. I feel like when someone asks me that question, it's coming from someone who do make joyless decisions. So what I mean by that is, in order to empathize with someone who asked that question, it gives me an impression that they have made decisions that did not bring joy and decisions that did bring joy. So when I choose to do something, usually it brings me joy. It might not be out of joy, as in, oh, I know I'm gonna love this and I should pick this. No, at the end of the day, if I put effort into whatever I choose to do, it will produce the joy. I could be joyful picking something, but I haven't encountered that in a long time. Like, for example, I don't know, eating Wagyu, right? That would be a joyful decision beforehand. However, It could be anything, because at the end, I will feel joy because I choose to do it. I choose to do it, so I make the best of it. Right? I don't wallow, at least in my opinion, I try not to wallow. I don't know, wallow. I try not to wallow on what could be. So if I don't become fluent, for example, let's say 3 years later, and I'm not fluent in Japanese, it doesn't sap any. I'm no less joyful than if I became fluent. Largely because I'm not concerned with whether I become fluent or not. I love that I tried my best to put in all the things that I choose to do, and each day brings enough joy to keep going. The moment when the joy or the reward or all the combination of stuff stops happening, then I stop doing it. Largely because this is a choice. It's not like a job or anything, right? It only matters if you have to deal with it. It only matters if you have to deal with it. The joy part? Joy doesn't matter if I have to deal with it. If that's what you mean. So like for a job, for example, joy is like, for me, joy is like, for a job, for example, joy is like outside top 10. Joy is very low. If I have to do something, joy is not on the list. It's not one of the biggest considerations. Because when I have to do something, I would do it regardless if I want to or not. Putting myself first to have to do something is a selfish response for me personally. It actually makes it even less joyful if I chose a job out of selfish request. One Yakuza stream. That's a choice. 2 sleeping dogs. 2. But that's probably what I would say about that. Yeah. So let's get into our lesson. We gotta get into our lesson. Yeah. Things I have to do, I don't do out of joy. So if I need to help someone, the last thing I'm thinking about is, oh, what's in it for me? That doesn't jive with me. You will not get that from me. Like, if I need to help somebody, the last thing I'm gonna ask is, am I too tired to help someone? The answer is no. I'm never too tired to help someone. Or I build myself up to do that. So yes, sometimes I can be really tired, but I spend most of my time being ready to have to do things I have to do. So my life is great because all the things most people see me do is I choose to do things, right? So these things I choose is building me up for the inevitable things that I will have to do in the future. Right? So if I ever give anyone the impression that the things I choose is making me more tired, for example, more miserable, then I will probably stop immediately. That means I will go take a break. I go improve it to the extent, right? When I'm playing video games, I should finish the video game feeling more rested and energetic and happier than I started. If I'm learning Chinese and Japanese, I should overall leave with a positive, like, overall sentiment, because these are things I don't have to do. So when the moment comes when I have to do something, I'm ready for it. I built all these skills, all these ways, all these things, and they help me be ready for the future when I have to do something, like get a job and whatnot. That's what school was for, right? I go to school, I build all those skills because in my head, this is the best part. This is the best part of my life. I get to go to school, I get to learn, deal with other things that I have to deal with, but school was the reason why it built me up, right? People share lessons and help me and whatnot. Those are my opportunities because the serious stuff hasn't happened yet, right? Dealing with the death of a loved one, learning how to help someone who's struggling with chronic depression, helping a sibling, right? Solving marriage quarrels, paying taxes and bills. Those are all the skills that I have to do. So when I tackle those problems, I got to make sure that I'm healthy, right? So learning Japanese, learning Chinese, it's not effortful. What I mean by that is, it's not effortful in the sense that it doesn't give out. It doesn't give me something, right? It generally 99% of the time gives me more than I put in. And then because of that, when I'm charged up every day, when something bad happens or something like I have to do, like my father needs to go see a doctor or something, right? I immediately can do that because this is short. What I mean is I can handle this. The cost can be really high, but it's nowhere near all the times that I've been using to build myself up. So that's kind of the way to distinguish between what is a choice, and at least in my opinion. So my decision making often deals with extracting as much joy, I suppose, joy and value out of things when I have the choice to do so. It sucks that most people nowadays, when I hear them, they cope instead. So they're barely hanging on. Like, what I mean by that is the things that they choose to do is trying to offset what's already negative. So the things that they have to do, right, is so high, and it sucks because that's a thing you might not be able to control. Like that stress, right? The stress is so high already. The things they choose to do is barely sufficient to address their daily stress, right? Their daily requirements. So to me, that is more like coping. That's like habitual coping. When you're already feeling so awful, and then there are so many things you can control and can't control, can and can't control. It's so high that it sucks that all your free time is to basically break even. And to me, that's what I call a coping state. You're in a state where you're already negative, so you can't get ahead in a way. Can't get ahead in life, ahead of things. So I want to make that clear. I'm not in that position anymore to some extent. That's why that's when I really worry about people. Even if it's a stranger. If the vast majority of the thing that person says is negative, and then you ask them, oh, so do you have to do this? Like, do you not have to do this? Like, that kind of thing. And if the vast majority is negative, then whatever they choose to do, you have to have a different mindset. You have to start thinking, oh, now, because if you're coping, right? If you're coping, the things you choose to do feel like you have to do it. You have to do it. So it feels like you have to play video games. You have to eat garbage food. You have to throw back like one, like 1 gram of I don't know how much caffeine people take now. Like 4 milligrams of caffeine every 3 hours, only to break even, because the cost of your daily stress is so high that you're basically, now what you choose to do is not a choice anymore. So that's often what I call the coping circle. So when someone asks me, like, when you ask me, do I get joy out of it? Yes, I get joy most of the time out of the things I do. Largely because the amount of stress in my life and like all the health and stuff. Sorry, I have to get rid of this person. Yeah, so exactly. Here's a good example. That was exactly a good example. So there was a user by Paul D that literally has what looks like a Roblox avatar in all black, and they basically did copy pasta and said no one cares. Bro, no one cares. And they copy pasted 4 times in the YouTube chat. That gives you an example. Right. So there you go. Does that affect me? Probably not. But I'm sure that person felt very, very big doing that. Alright, so let's get back into our lesson.
消
Xiao. No, this is a new character. So it's not the same. Yeah, which makes sense. Because our other character was this. Gotta leave it up to leave it up to the attention gathering person that is pretty much miserable. If I had to guess. Pretty much miserable.
消 G
Gee. This is new too. Interesting. I don't think this was new. Huh. Right. Hi, YouTube.
没
May. It's pretty disappointing, obviously, that there would be a person that would want to find doing that as a productive way of forwarding their position in life. Pretty disappointing, but not unheard of. Very, very common. It's even more frequent when I'm playing video games, so good luck.
Fun G
G. What was this? 尽快
尽快消尽快
尽快
消尽快没
Hold up a second. I gotta check something. I could get ahead of something. Checks out. I still think that my Yakuza story would be the best. The Yakuza story? Which aspect of that? Oh, explaining the motivation.
句
Yeah.
好
Okay, receipt. This is... Oh, wait. I can use pinyin. Let's double check. 收据 收据
收据
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of soju. I mean, you watch all VODs from YouTube, so... Oh, okay. I see. Soju. Shoju. Oh, I appreciate it. I hope everyone else at some point of their lives are able to feel the same way, I think. Yeah. I hope most people get to experience that at some point in their lives. For myself, what do I have to deal with? Okay. Here's one thing. The nice thing about that kind person who shows in pretty much a complete lack of emotional intelligence, right? And then have an avatar, a Roblox avatar. It's literally a black Roblox avatar with 0 and noob across the character. Speaks volumes, right? For that case, that's probably what I spend most of my energy dealing with, right? So if one has a positive number of energy from the things that they choose to do, it's hard to stop you. So if you're, for example, streaming a video game and the last thing you're worried about is someone providing you with affirmation or someone insulting you because they don't care about how you care about other people, then yeah, you're probably going to need some joy and gratification from what you do in order to keep on doing it, right? So the question is, do you do it because you need the coping, or do you do it because you don't need to cope and you want to make other people happy? Or at least try to make them happy. Clearly not the person who says no one cares. But yeah. Basically, it's for me interesting because you got life from Yakuza. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
收据
收据
请给我收据
请给我收据 I still play a lot of deck builders on the side. They certainly are my guilty pleasures. 请给我收据 I think I learned the least. If there are any decisions that I make that I call guilty pleasures, are pretty much all the things that I feel very comfortable in doing, which is the same thing as like someone getting on Fortnite and Roblox every day, right? It's probably deck builders. However, I at least make an attempt. I at least make an attempt for all the deck builders to be slightly different, you know, like a little bit. But that's probably the biggest guilty pleasure I have. Playing deck builders. The way I get away with the whole engagement thing is I try my best to relearn the basics. Yeah, but winter for you, stop. What do you mean? What do you mean, Vangle? About winter? 请给我说句 Enjoy your lunch, Churn. Let me know what you end up eating for lunch. 请给我说句 Give me fried rice. Where's my share? This kid randomly eating fried rice for lunch. I'm kidding. Just fried rice? You got anything else? Maybe like some prawns? Dinner, going to a family reunion, and steamboat? That sounds amazing. Please give me a receipt. Okay.
请尽快离开。
请尽快离开。
这个可以报销吗？
这个可以报销吗？Wait, this reimburse this car. 这个可以报销吗？
我看完了那个报告。
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 Please 报告。那个报告。看完了。
报告。
司机一天的费用多少？
费用多少？司机 ，Oh yeah right， 司机一天的费用多少？How much does the driver make each day? A day? How much does driver cost? Oh, wait. Oh, 费用 is cost. Okay.
费的。
How much does a driver cost for a day? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was looking for per day. How much does a driver cost per day? But for a day is fine. CG 一天的费用. Oh, I can see where the cost comes from now. The 费 and then 费用 use costs as opposed to 体费 or other phase dealing with costs. Yeah.
旅游费用不可以报销。旅游费用
不报销。喂，不可以。
可以
报销。
旅游费用不可以报销。
Yeah, we cannot refund the cost of the trip or the travel cost. Right.
理由。
理由
报销。费用
不可以报销。Please reply as soon as possible. 回复。请尽快回复。
尽快回复。
Why haven't they replied yet? 为什么他们还没有回复，呀，对，
为什么
为什么
他们
们
还
没
没有
回复？
回复？
Bum bum. All right.
E
E.
E
That's how I sound when I make a mistake. E. Every time I make a mistake, right? E.
和
Oh. Wait. I don't remember hearing "huh" for this.
和
You look like a
像
Yeah, okay. 像 Okay.
句
That's actually a new character. And this is the other one. 斜
斜
Really thought it was going to take on ban because of that character, but
E
嗯
斜
Yeah.
E 像
像
斜消和
斜
斜像
像
像，请在这儿签名。
请在这儿签名签名 Yep, that's something I'm familiar with. If you do enough business, like taxes and paper and stuff. 签字呢 right? 签里面 right? 签面签字呢 right? 签面 에킹니 에킹니 같이는 签面 right? 签字呢 Please sign here. 请在这儿签名 signature
那个项目太难了。
项目 wait, is that? Oh no, it's not. What the heck? 项目 program project? There's Moo? It's got to be something like project.
像
Yeah, because of Moo. 项目那个项目太难了，太难了，太难。项目
合同上写了什么？
Oh, it was 合同项写了什么？合同 contract 合同项 or something to write on. So what was written on the contract, I guess. What is written in the contract? Ooh. Yeah, that's an English thing. Prepositions. 合同 I don't know what is English is cause hard to translate, cause it can mean like in the competition thingy, or can also mean subject. Yeah, I know. I agree. English is hard to translate here too. Someone already mentioned this. Hideyoshi already mentioned this. When you're doing things like in and on, like I would have probably said what is written on the contract, but this says what is written in the contract. But it's kind of hard just staring at that. It's you know, it's a position. It's within the scope of the contract. If on was here, I'd probably select on, but I don't even know if they would accept it or not. What is written in the contract? How do you say like that? I guess.
请在合同上签名。
请在
合同上
签名。
签名，请在合同上签名。
请在合同上签名。Okay. Let's take a look at this agreement. Oh, is that what 协议 is? Okay.
请
看
一下。
Yeah, please take a look. Yes. 请看一下这张协议。
这张协议。
No, that's fine. 这张协议。All the other. What is the next project? Okay. 项目。下一个项目是什么？下一个
项目
是什么？We still have not seen the agreement. 我们还没有看过。我们还没有看过 agreement. 协议。我们还没看过。Oh, I said 有。我们还没看过协议。Okay. I don't actually know how to say agreement. 推過 I guess I'm doing do. 我會推過 deal. Yeah, I don't know how to say agreement or something. I would replace it with the word deal. I might even be able to get away with contract. My parents probably know what contract is. So, interesting. Yeah, I should ask my parents. How do they say like an agreement, deal? I don't know a lot of business words now. Yeah. Very relatable. I don't know a lot of business words.
广
Wow. Wow.
广
Oh my goodness.
资
Oh no, it's another one. You look like a 字. You don't look like any 字 relation that I know. No. This one's probably gonna be a tough one. Unless it's a word I'm familiar. What do you look like? Oh, hey, here's a familiar character from the Japanese side of things, though. You look like a D.
会
Nope. That was a pure guess. I don't know. Like, the closest thing would be like Shay. I mean, wait. Interesting. 会
消
消消
资
资
广
广
低
D. Interesting. I wonder if this is gonna have anything to do with being low.
低
D. Oh wait. It's gonna be something like D tool. Or something that deals I maybe. Like D as in title. Like a title. Maybe. If this is talking about business documents, like a title. Because my parents use D a lot. But I forgot what the extra word is. It's like a title. Like if you own something, a title maybe. Because they always say like 你有没有地你戳有没有地 Yeah, the house. Do you own the deed to the house and stuff? But it might be because it sounds like the English deed. I don't know. Maybe a license. I have no idea. So many. What? Oh no, just.
广
What were you?
会
D.
低
D.
鞋
资 This is part of the fun. Okay. Wait.
低
D.
会
会
会
我们的预算不高，
预算不高 Rent? Budget? Oh yeah, that's what budget. 预算我们的预算高不高 Okay. 预算
那个广告很好笑，
广告 Why does that? Oh yeah, 广告 right? 广告 right? The advertisement 那个广告很好笑 Okay, the advertisement is funny. Okay. 很好笑广告
这个广告的预算是多少？
Wait, am I using a tone that doesn't exist in Mandarin when I say 广告? That's like 4, right? That sounds like 4. 广告 I think the gall is a different tone. It's not quite 3. It's kind of hard to pinpoint. There's like a dark tone and there's a light tone. You could say like 广告 广告 That's a Wait, why are you saying 1 and 2? 广告 Oh, you're saying what I'm saying? 1 and 2. 广告 广告 is closer to 1 and 3. But it's not 广告. It's 广告. But I don't know if there's like a deeper drop. If there's a distinction between like a deeper drop than the mid drop. Actually, let me see. Fujonese tones. How do you mark these? So we have high level with a slight rise. Oh yeah. Gong. Oh no. That's not it. Gong. No. It might be. It might be still tone 1. Tone 2 is mid level with a slight fall. Gong. 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 Low. Tone 3 is low level with a slight fall. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm thinking of tone 3. Gong ga. Ga. Gong ga. And then tone 4 is low rising stop tone. Oh no, I don't know if I have an example like that. Tone 5 is high fall. High fall starting higher than the high level tone. Yikes. I can't think of an example. Or it's probably like D. Right? Yeah. D. And then low rise fall. Oh yeah, tone 6. It's a caret. It goes like this way. And then tone 7 is high stop tone, notably shorter than the others. Oh yeah, that's probably still closer to something like E D. 8, probably like 8. 8. 4. 4. I probably like I something like that. I need someone to translate these descriptions to me somehow, like demonstrate these descriptions to me, because I don't know, I don't understand these descriptions. Anyways, 公告。
这个广告的预算是多少？
这个广告及
这个
公告
这个广告的预算是多少？
预算是多少？
多少的
及公告的及公告的件sai nội件 that I basically just replace budget with money. I just my all purpose. Whenever my parents they say like, oh, you know, what's the bill? And I'm like, oh, 件 I just refer to it as cash, or like 件 this, 件 that. So if it's a bill, it's 件. If it's an insurance payment, it's 件. I don't know how to say insurance payment, so I just blanketly refer to everything as 件. 钱 right 钱。
这个广告的预算是多少？这个广告的预算是多少？
我们的资本是10万元。
我们的哪里资本资本以say one为10万元哦万元just what
我们的资本是10万元。
Why is that written that way? Yeah, one. What the heck is going on here? Okay. 10万元. ngari credit card. No, ngari report. Then capital, as in like our what? Our
资本资
our capital, as in that type of capital. Interesting. Capital with an A, not with an O. Okay. 我们的资本是10万yen。Yeah, say wang yuan. Yeah, say wang capital. 资本资 Nope, no idea. All these are new words for me. Our capital is 100,000, right? Seiwon. Seiwon is 10,000s. Yeah, 100,000.
住在这个城市的费用不低。
Oh no, it's not. What does capital mean? Money. I'm only chuckling because I would replace it with money. Yeah, my capital is money. So like your capital would be it's more like your worth, I guess. Your worth, your value, it's like, oh, it's so similar to like it could imply budget, but capital is like a placement for money. So what capital do you have? Like what capital do you have? Oh, basically like how much, I guess if I were to describe it, it's closest to money. What's your worth? My capital is 100,000. So my kind of like my worth is 100,000. It's interesting why they would use capital instead of money. It could mean net money. Capital means it's referring specifically just to like it's referring specifically to the value aspect. Like how much you're worth. Yeah, basically. How much you're worth, like including everything in general. It means like how much are you worth as a person. It could mean your money, your assets, like all the things that contribute to your amount of worth. So whatever you own is capital. Assets and all that stuff. Is it the same as saying 我钱? 我有多少钱? Nah, it's not the same. Yeah. It's not the same as saying a capital. I guess capital includes more than money, I would say. It's basically everything you own. What capital do you have? I'm a science stream student, so didn't study economic stuff. Yeah, me neither. My exposure to economics is later, much later than life. Much later in life. Someone that I know is very into business. and how capital works, basically. How capital works. Basically, I wouldn't say how money works. The one time that I would use the word capital is how capital works. So I would more likely to describe economics as a study, as one of the fields, one of the disciplines is how capital works, as opposed to money. Money is too specific. Ironically or not ironically. Yeah, money is too specific. Capital, money does not say assets. It does not imply assets, and capital does. Capital implies assets and money. So like, how much is your house worth, right? How much is your house worth? How much are you worth? How much is your education worth, kind of thing. Lots of other forms of capital, I suppose. Liability is also kind of involved. Insurance, like how much you're worth, how, like, what is your net worth as an insurance policy? That could be kind of involved in capitals. All your investments are part of capital. When someone, like, for example, oh, this is kind of like, it can be a little dubious. When someone asks someone, oh, how much money do you have? They could say 0. In fact, they could say they're in debt because they don't actually have any expendable income, as in they don't literally have that money right now. If you ask them how much capital they have, they might include like, oh yes, I don't have a lot, I'm not liquid, or like, as in, I don't have a lot of money on hand, but the things I own are worth a lot of money, right? So my capital is pretty high, but my money, specifically my cash, is very little. So like your belongings. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thigh something. I haven't gotten this character yet. What is this character? Let me see. Oh yeah, your property, yeah. Dai Chan. Interesting, Chan. I didn't get any word that uses Chan yet. Interesting. Yeah, includes your property. Anything you own. It kind of fits into like the per capita stuff too. Like her per capita. I'm pretty sure capita is the plural of capital, right? Or no, it's not. don't go, you know, this. I'm so bad with English. No, capita is not the same as capital. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Capita is the plural form of kaput. Oh, kaput. Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I don't know enough English. It's fine. I'm so out of my knowledge. I don't want to talk about English when it comes to any other discipline. We'll just pretend like we know how to speak English. 住在这里，住在这个城市，城市的费用不低。And what is capitalism? It's capitalism. It's the study of capital, you know? So that's probably a good way to look at it, but I don't think that's how that works. But if you know, capital, and then is an ism of capital, right? So it's a study of capital, I guess. I presume that's where it comes from, but don't quote me on that. English is this stuff makes, if you presume things about this stuff, it makes a fool of us all. At least in my opinion, it makes a fool out of me. So, like when you heard ism, yeah, ism is placed at the end of everything. I'm quoting you on that. Like, I think it's like the ism of dealing with capital. So ism means dealing with, right? Dealing with, or having a nature of, having the nature of. So if it's capital and it's an ism, it has the nature of capital. So maybe dealing with capital, but I don't know. I use ism a lot by making new words up, right? Ism up a lot, like whataboutism. This is not made up, by the way. This is actually a thing. So I use words like whataboutism, right? So this is of the nature of being what about. And that used to be a common political strategy, using a whataboutism, right? A whataboutism. Don't ism, you know. Ism, it goes with like ology. It goes with ology and istic and ish and shun and yeah, it's a study of. But ism is all these are kind of different nuances of saying characteristic or understanding of something, right? Capitalism might be still the understanding or the study or the use of capital. It can still be kind of like that. So all of these are pretty kind of like, if you say capital-ish, right? If you say capital-ish, it could be like, or you can, oh, dear me. What if you said capitalism-ish? Oh my gosh, this is getting out of hand. We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're done. English is borked. Ish is kind of, yeah. Ish is kind of. So it's kind of like the study of the nature of capital. So, or you could actually even, I don't know, capitology? Capitology? Oh no. We're gonna start some wars about English. Just thinking about these things make me. Is his oh, interesting. Bai? Just put that su bai. Oh yeah, like so bai, shou bai, like salty. I see. Shou bai. Shou pai. Sorry, shou pai. Okay. What was it? The other one? What is oily? It's another pie too, oily. Because of the song. Oh, I see. Kind of like how data is the plural of the word datum, yeah, which is a single piece of info. Yeah. Yeah. Capita, yeah, kaput in capita. The one that since we're talking about science, the one that I usually go to is chromatin. And chromatin is a weird one. Chromatin. And to this day, I'm still not sure. I always have to look it up. Yeah, yeah. So this one I haven't ever been sure. And I'm pretty sure you might be thinking, oh, this could be like one of those weird ones, like chromata. It's like, no, this is something else. And then you say, oh, maybe it's like chromate, like chromate, like this. And then it's actually a lot of times it's chromatins. In science, I think this is one of the weirder ones. When it comes to like what is that? Do you put an S at the end? Well, you would start to think like, oh yeah, it can. Usually, as an for English speaking, you're like probably something weird, right? It can't just be as easy as putting an S at the end of a TIN. There's no way. And then these things are not related. Like chromata is not even close to whatever chromatin is. Right? I know what chromatin is, but I don't want to. Let's not get into that. But inheritance, yeah, it deals with your genome. Deals with your genome. Yeah. Welcome to English. Also, for the record, capital. Most people know capital, quote unquote. Okay, I'm not gonna quote anything. A lot of people know a meaning of capital, but it is literally not the meaning that we're talking about. It's the building or the place. It's spelled the same way. Like a Capitol building, like the capital of the United States, right, is DC. Washington, D.C. That's spelled the same way. Oh, and it's not the building, sorry. The place. Because the building... Oh, wait, I gotta make sure. I remember this from high school. Oh, no, wait. No, I got it mixed up. Hold up. No. I got this mixed up. Hold up. See, I get this mixed up myself all the time. The capital, right? Sorry. Okay. So, okay. So the other capital that everyone's used to, right, is the building and the place, okay? And the other capital is this capital. So like the Capitol building, the capital of a place is with an O, and it's also capitalized, by the way. So that doesn't help that I write in all caps, but generally it's written capital, right? So whenever someone thinks of capital, when you ask like, oh, what's your capital? They would answer, oh, well, it's Washington, D.C. It's like, no. A capital with an O, not a capital with an A. Yep. Yep. That's it. I still made the same error, like the when I made it in high school, the capital. The way I remembered it, the mnemonic, here's the mnemonic when I was laughing, because how did I remember it when I was a high school student? A capital, I know this is not true for other people, but in the United States, the Capitol building tends to have a dome. They have like this, they often have this structure with like columns, right? The building and then lots of stairs, right? So most of the time, the Capitol building looks like this. It usually have a dome with like a like a structure like this, right? So to remember that capital with an O is the building, hence the place, is because there's a dome. That was the mnemonic that I remembered from high school, like 9th grade. And I laughed about it because I didn't think I was going to need to draw this. Yeah. And I still made the error initially. I'm like, oh, wait. I think English is interesting because you can create words that are constructively correct even if they don't exist. Yes. What words do I like using isms. Isms a lot. Lots of ealities, like like lities. Lots of lities are not like normality at some point was questionable. I'm like, wait. Is normality a thing? Because couldn't you just say normal? Like normality. Is that a word? And then you have to look it up. Right? I think it is, but you might not be so sure if it is. Yeah, normality is a word. However, when you use it in a sentence, you could use normal. Like, are you normal? As opposed to, what is your normality? I don't know. I don't know. By the way, constructually isn't a word. Oh yeah, constructually. Oh my gosh. Who says that? Are they trying to say constructively? Constructively? Is that what constructually was supposed to mean? Constructively? Wait, is constructively a word? Okay. Constructively is a word. Okay, we're done. We gotta refocus on Chinese. Chinese is where it's at. Yeah, you were wondering, am I dumb or have I not heard of constructually? Yeah, constructually. I don't know who. I don't think I'm not sure if I heard constructually before. I'm trying to think of a good word as well, like another word that I've heard in actuality. Actual. Oh wait, I added an extra L. Sorry. Actuality. No, actuality is right. Yeah, never mind. Actuality exists. Because a lot of times people say actually, right? It's like constructually, but actually does exist. So while constructually and constructively or constructivity, I don't think constructivity exists, right? I don't. We gotta stop this. This is gonna go on forever. Constructivity. I don't think constructivity. But constructivism does. All right. We're done. I promise that was the last one. We could get hung up on English all the time.
住在这个城市的费用不低。
不低. So, oh, it is low. It does deal with low. Nice. D, it's low. Ikui and D works out. Okay. The cost 住在 oh wait 住在这个城市 the cost of living that's kind of a cute way to say cost of living 住在这个城市住在的费用 so the cost of living in this city is low. Wait, is not low. Oh, 不低. Yen 住在 something when W laugh haha I don't remember. I don't know what the next to last character is. My reading skills got a long way to go. 跟住在OK 华文 oh 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 okay all right yeah it's kind of hard it's really hard 太难了
你们刚才在谈什么？
你们刚才 wait when did I screw this up oh review exercise 你们刚才在谈什么谈什么你们刚才在谈什么我English. I would love to do an English stream sometime, but I think it would be the only time we would like discuss in English stream is maybe one of these days we'll do some of the Duolingo English course but use Chinese and Japanese. So like set the language to Japanese and Chinese and then learn English using Japanese and Chinese. That's my other thought for a while, to like do a role reversal. And I can earnestly say that sounds nightmarish. That almost sounds quite nightmarish. I'm not happy that I would learn English. It's not a competition. I'm not trying to make it a competition, but honestly, man. The word, yeah, his self. Wait. What is the placement for his self? Like, what would you do in place of his self? That since it doesn't exist, what do people actually replace it with? Like we have herself, yourself, their selves, but what do we actually replace with his self? Like since they don't exist. Oh, himself. Yeah. Himself. Wait. Yeah, himself. Yeah, because it's herself and not she-self. Well, wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. But he and she are coupled. But his and her... Ah! What the heck? Where did him come from? All right, we're done. Let's stop now. I'm like, wait a minute. He, she, all right, it's paired with his, her. But what the heck? I honestly, I didn't even I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Like, where did him? What's hers? There isn't a her, is there? Like a M? Okay. All right, you got me. You got me. I had no idea. Like, I just realized that there's a his and him, but there's not a her and something. Her and Herm. Wait. If they replace the S, right? I don't know. Whatever. The bag is hers. The bag is his. Oh, the bag is hers. Oh, right. Hers and him's. Oh my. Hers and him. But the bag is his. Oh no, this is confusing. Oh no. So now his and hers is paired up. No he's. Yeah, and then there's no he's, but there's she. Oh no. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Okay. All right. We're not talking about that stuff anymore. English is cursed. It's okay. Good thing we're learning Mandarin and Japanese, right? Waka waka waka. I have to report my boss on my work every month. I feel like English would be a nightmare to learn. That feeling alone, understanding how nightmarish it is, and it's funny, in my opinion, people make this a competition. Like, they're like, nuh-uh, our language is harder, or this language is hard. I'm like, I don't want language to be hard in general. Like, you kind of want people to be able to communicate with you, if you know what I mean, right? And so my thought is, when I ever hear someone say English, they appreciate that English is a nightmare. My first thought is, this is a vicious cycle, I tell you. I usually tell people, oh yeah, your English is fine. Like, what I mean is, I can understand your English. Be happy, you know, like, don't worry kind of thing. Use English. You got this. But then it leads to what Chern said. Because it kind of relates to what Chern said. If there are more people who learn English, like more, the English circle gets bigger, that English gets more complicated, or it gets more flexible, but the flexibility leads to complications, right? What I mean by that is, in order for a language to be accommodating to lots of different speaking backgrounds, the language itself has to become more and more flexible, right? You need more people to be more flexible. So what happens is, when you're thinking about, oh, what is the way to pronounce these words? Well, now, since a lot of people speak English, they're going to have more pronunciations of English. So the question is, when does Japanese become that? When does Mandarin becomes that? We already have the wild variation in Spanish, right? Because Spanish is second. And then let's not talk about French, because you know, right north of the United States is French Canadian. And let's just say, when you're talking about French, there's a lot of flexibility there too. Yeah, Quebec. Yep. I feel like English, yeah, so I don't blame foreigners learning English. I don't either. I go around definitely telling people. I mean, I basically said to you the same thing, Cherd. I can understand you really clearly, right? However, I'm speaking from a perspective where I've heard lots of English speakers, like lots of different English speakers. It's difficult to go to a international university, universities that take in internationals, not to get used to hearing all of that. So the difference here, though, is now when you go like a very specific location, maybe like in the United States, it'd be like, what are you saying? Why do you sound so weird? Or why do you sound like you're from the city or something? Legitimately, I think Americans say that to each other all the time. So I wouldn't say it's like a different feeling. Like if I go to a different state, the person's like, "Oh yeah, you definitely sound like you're from Pennsylvania. Are you from, like from Pennsylvania, or are you from New York, or are you're somewhere in the Northeast, right? You're kind of a mix." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, you got me." And words that I pronounce the way. I honestly have a massive respect for anyone who does learn English from very little. Me too. I actually think, for me, um, if someone's learning English, personally, I'm not speaking for other people, just for myself. If someone's learning English and they've been learning it for a year and 2 years, they can probably teach me a lot about English, because I do not remember the fundamentals in English. So you start asking simple questions, like earlier yesterday, I think someone asked, Manifest asked me if I was going to teach language, right? If I was going to teach Japanese and Chinese later down the road, maybe if that's the plan. My goal was, dude, I can't even say that for English. So if I could say that for English, maybe. But for now, I can't even say it for English. The moment I step into an English class, I'm like, well, guys, I hope your high school teachers and your college professors taught you all the fundamentals of English, because if you're going to ask me about fundamentals of English, I'm going to say, let's review together, because I don't remember my fundamentals anymore. And that's the native speaker fallacy that I'm speaking of. The idea that you skipped over the fundamentals so much that rarely can you explain it anymore sufficiently enough for someone who's learning the language, like in a manner that like one would have to train themselves or practice in dealing with that information. Like just now I'm like, oh right, kind of thing, you know. Does English become an international language or lingua? Yeah, lingua franca. Yeah. Yep. Chinese is a big one in a specific region, and then we have Spanish and French, and potentially Hindi, and then I think there's one. People talk a lot about like a Middle Eastern language. I don't want to say Arabic because I have no idea, but one of the language in another region too. Like they have so much adoption, and a lot of people would make a comment like, oh, but it's getting Anglicanized, right? Anglicanized. I don't know how to spell Anglicanized. Maybe this is a C. Anglicanized. The idea is all the lingua, right? All the competing lingua franca, right? There are adjacents, right? There are lingua franca adjacents, right? Adjacent, as in Spanish and all of them, adjacent, right? And what happens is they then exchange with each other. So when another language trends upward, it's going to interact with all the existing ones. So when it says Anglicanized, I'm more like saying it interacts, right? If a lot of people speak another language and then they acquire a lot more people speaking another language, then those two languages will interact. They will have to interact with each other. And that's kind of how I feel. Like Spanish, there's Spanglish, and Spanglish is not that far, not like that's what happened with Spanish, at least in my opinion. And Japanese, I can kind of see Japanese moving in a way like that. You basically had to relearn all the terms for English grammar and stuff as I began studying Japanese, because how little I refer to them directly as a native speaker. Yeah, exactly. Anglicize. To adopt, yeah. To English usage, yeah. Right? Because of the position. Because of the position English is in. However, it's not one way. I feel like this is a worth the emphasis. It's not unidirectional, because English then takes on whatever it's interacting with, right? Right. For example, Oxford. I think it's both Ox and Cam, but Oxford inaugurate like 20 Japanese words like every year. so like it's both ways. Like if Japanese is getting anglicized, right? English is getting more Japanese words. But I don't know how well it translates to being Japanese in English as opposed to just being English in English. Like, for example, katakana, right? Katakana is English words but suited to Japanese pronunciation. Anglicize is the same way, where the Japanese words that get entered into English dictionary ends up acquiring its new pronunciation over time. Even if the dictionary says like, oh yeah, like like for example, tonkatsu, right? Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu, it was added to the dictionary a long time ago, but you're not gonna stop people from saying tonkatsu, right? Tonkatsu because of English pronunciation. Or American, sorry. American English. Because tonkatsu might still come out in British English. Because of the ah. No ah. No ah. Also, when you said you don't even, you just say loan words, there's a difference between loan words / borrowed words, in my opinion, and adopted words. I tend to distinguish between borrowed / loan, I guess loan versus adopted words. I think katakana, for example, is, to me personally, I know other people use different definitions and whatnot. Katakana is an example of word adoption. It is not a word borrowed. For example, if I was going to say coffee, if it was a loan word, oh, I can't even say coffee. If I think it's a loan word, the Japanese pronunciation will try to produce coffee, as in, you know, watashi wa coffee ga suki desu. They would get close to coffee, but if they adopt a word, in my opinion, if they adopt a word, you get kohi, right? Kohi, as in they have adopted this word into their phonetics, as in that is a word that is theirs now, like their version of it. Like tsunami. Tsunami is a great word, right? Tsunami, instead of tsunami, right? Tsunami, and tsunami in general, tsunami is what I would say a adopted word. It would be an English adopted Japanese word, because you don't even know, you didn't even realize that it was Japanese in the first place. Typhoon. A lot of weather phenomenon has different names. Typhoon is actually kind of related to like hurricanes and tornadoes, and tsunamis, hurricanes and tornadoes, but typhoon is not like that. That sounds weird, right? Typhoon sound, it's a little suspicious. There's something really weird about this word. So that's kind of what I mean. Like oh, what's a really good one? Ramen? Oh my gosh, ramen. Oh no, ramen. I think for the most part now it's starting to become ramen, but it's not ramen, right? It's not ramen. And then remember that ramen is la mian. Typhoon? I think Typhoon has a very very like regional thing. It's farther east. It's an eastern word because the phenomena also happens. But it was, oh no, I'm kidding. It says it was first recorded in English in 1588. Okay, I guess it's an English word. I think it's typically used to designate something off to the right. The word may have originated from the Chinese word "feng qi," which means winds that last. Feng qi typhoon? Feng chi typhoon, and then later evolved to feng tai, which later became typhoon. Feng tai. Bear in mind, I don't know any of this, so it's just Google telling me things, and I don't know if this is a hallucination or anything, okay? I'm just using Gemini right now on Google search. But there's a lot of origins: Chinese, Arabic, potentially Greek, Persian, yeah, I don't know. And then on the very bottom it says it was first recorded, but it derived from somewhere else, right? The actual word derived from someone else. I don't know. I don't know about etymology. Don't quote me on this. Why don't people talk more like live streams about language? Or am I missing out? Wait. Hear me out here. Are there actually live streaming language platforms that I'm not aware of? Like, do language learners who like just chat about language like go somewhere else? Is that why I'm like, I feel like there's no people who like to just sit here and talk about the weird things about natural languages? Or is that not the case? I feel like I'm missing something here, you know? How is this not interesting? Like, what I mean is, how is this not fun? Okay, don't answer that, because I can honestly already tell you there are so many people that have told me like they don't care, it's not important, most of the stuff is not important, so let's not talk about that stuff. I would love to have like a Vsauce representation of this. Like, what I mean is someone that's championing language learning as fun as Vsauce is channeling like oddities with science or objective thought or something like that. At least I'm not aware of someone who is of that variety, right? Of that passion. It's often more like a very scholarly gentleman. Not that I'm saying they're not relatable. Actually, to me, I find them more relatable. However, I don't necessarily think lots of younger people who want to be like casual forward about language learning find those individuals relatable, right? I mean, I'm not relatable. And I'm barely a language learner, you know? Like, I'm not even relatable when it comes to being interested, kind of. And Duolingo is relatable, but it's not necessarily relatable based on the language learning component. It's relatable because the people who love, the people who write for Duolingo knows how to do social media, right? I'm the only language learner you've seen watch before. Oh, interesting. Really? You haven't been perusing around? I've been trying because I want to know what other people are doing. Lots of times it's more like let's work side by side kind of thing. I think this is a hoot and a half, guys. I'm practically losing my voice over talking about the difference between hurricane, cyclone, and typhoons. Do you know what the difference between a hurricane, cyclone, and a typhoon is? Because at one point, I think in my, I'm going to say 8th grade, no, 6th, it's 6th grade. I think it's 6th grade. 6th grade class. It was on geography, weather, environment, like it was an environmental science class. There was a time we had to distinguish between a hurricane, a cyclone, and a typhoon. Let me get the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service to classify. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So hear me out. They are technically, hear me out. They are technically the same things. If English is not confusing enough, okay? Hurricanes happen in the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean if it's above around North America, and then occasionally to the east in the Atlantic Ocean of South America. That's where hurricanes are. Cyclones happen in the Indian Ocean, so east of Africa, south of India, and then like the Pacific Islands and west of Australia. And then also east of Australia, but around Japan and above like the Philippines and Malaysia and stuff, typhoons happen. Like, I kid you not, there's an image where it shows you where hurricanes, typhoons, and cyclones happen. So they're very regionally described storm systems in those places. So try explaining that to someone. Like, why don't you just all call them hurricanes? It's like, well, they're slightly different because they're in different locations. It's one of the defining features of why a cyclone, hurricane, and typhoon have different names. And then you're wondering, well, where does tsunami come in? It's like, so where do tsunamis fit in hurricanes, right? I legitimately asked myself this when I was in high school. When I was in high school, I'm like, okay, so I get hurricanes, right? And tsunamis are the results from earthquake, so they're a separate phenomenon, but they do deal with, what do you call that? Surge, like a storm surge kind of thing going on, right? Like a heavy influx of water, right? So when people think about hurricanes, they still have to remember that a storm has to happen, right? As opposed to like the hurricane that most people think of is when a lot of influx of water from the ocean hits a place. So yeah. The typhoon, cyclone, and hurricane made me think of the meme, same but different. Yes. Yeah, same but different. Listen. I would love to sit down and listen to Chinese people argue about the difference between a sandwich and a hot dog, or a hoagie and a club sandwich, because I don't believe, in my opinion, I still feel like I don't believe, like, for example, Chinese and Japanese people would have these type of discussions because their languages, I feel like it's a little bit related to their language, where like it's still like less unhinged due to the influence of a dramatically larger like mosaic population, right? We already talked about egg tarts the other day, right, Chern? About the egg tarts. But because we had a discussion about egg tarts because we used English, we wouldn't, in my opinion, if I used Mandarin or Cantonese, I don't think we would have had a discussion about egg tarts. I think egg tarts came out because it was English, in my opinion. Oh, I don't know what hoagie and club sandwich is, even though I heard of the word before. Hoagie is I don't even know if that's how you spell it. But this is gonna be the last one, okay? I think there's an A in hoagie. There's an A in hoagie. Oh my gosh. Wait, is there an A in hoagie? Yes. So hoagie, I know. We're not talking about spelling corrections here because this is a diphthong and English sucks with diphthongs, but this is hoagie, right? This is hoagie. And hoagie is a submarine sandwich. I kid you not, I'm not making this up. So a hoagie is a submarine sandwich. A submarine sandwich. But most people consider subs, which is short for submarine sandwich, to not be a sandwich sometimes because a sandwich is a sandwich. A submarine sandwich looks like this. Like a banh mi. Have you had a banh mi before? Kind of like that. You know, it's like if you're looking down on it, it's like a one loaf, and then you have stuff in the middle. That's a submarine sandwich because it looks like a submarine, and it's a sandwich because there are things in between. It's sandwiched between things, right? When you sandwich between things, and that's why. And then a hot dog. If you think about a hot dog, right? The bun looks like a submarine sandwich. So then people say like, well, a hot dog is basically a sandwich. Like, well, that's not a sandwich. It's a hot dog. Like, well, then it's like saying a submarine sandwich is not a hoagie because a hoagie is a hoagie. So what happens is a hoagie then becomes something else. It becomes like, it has to do with like cold cut things. We're done. All right. We're good. A hoagie is a regional word that the people, I guess, quote unquote, the people around here where I live, where I grew up, use instead of a sandwich, instead of like a submarine sandwich or a sub, like a sub in Subway, right? Like the sub in Subway. I'm telling you. Sometimes I wonder if I'm saying like
Coffee.
cafe, right? If I'm actually saying cafe. If Chinese, for example, interacts with English, I'm like, what is cafe anymore? What do you think coffee is? Like, for example, you told me that I agree with you, by the way. Portuguese egg tarts. Portuguese egg tarts have toasted sugar. Like it has caramelization on top, right? But cafe, right? Cafe. Does cafe have milk and sugar? Or is it cafe? I mean, you could, like, for example, no one says like milk coffee. At least for now, but people say milk tea. Milk. Yeah, milk tea. No, I'm saying like when you order stuff, you don't order milk coffee. You order coffee and you add milk. When our unique is that we can order different types of drinks. In Malaysia, yeah, it's unique that you can order different types of drinks. Yeah, yeah. So, but what I mean is, I actually wrote Mike there. But what I mean is, when you order an item, you can order milk tea. But oftentimes you don't order milk coffee. So even if coffee is standing alone, it doesn't often get modified by the thing that is often added in places. And oftentimes they don't add it because by instinct, coffee is plus milk to a lot of people, right? So when we're talking about egg tarts, when you were talking about egg tarts earlier, like yesterday, about caramelized sugar, right? Caramelized sugar on top of an egg tart, which makes it a Portuguese thing, which is, I think it's like la pastel de nata or something. Um, yes, I would say, but remember, egg tarts is also first. It's an English tart, and the English tart was converted into what we know as the Hong Kong style tart and the Portuguese one. And those two were separately popularized. But now in Hong Kong places, they serve both. And they serve them both as types of tarts. So I didn't want to go into all of this the other day, but like then in the United States, if you go to like a Chinese bakery, there are two different types of tarts. And I'm not sure if they inherited the name Portuguese egg tarts or egg tarts with caramelization. It's like a type of egg tart. So when you use the name and you say Portuguese egg tarts, I'm not entirely sure if the region in the United States where when you say, hey, can I have a Portuguese egg tart, you would get a Portuguese egg tart. You would get a Chinese popularized tart with potential caramelization on top. That's like the submarine hot dog situation, the milk tea situation, the bubble tea situation. Danto? Tart? Oh. Oh yeah. Wait. Is that how you spell it? Really? Huh. We have like kopi song. No sugar, no milk. Kopio, less sugar. Kopi C, carnation milk, evaporated milk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. English. There's black coffee. Well, actually, so here's the thing. At least regionally where I am, when you order coffee, they ask you how do you want it. And then you modify the coffee, right? But if you ask for milk tea, that's listed different from tea. Weird. I know. It's like the his and her situation and whatnot. I mean, coffee is not even English. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Well, sort of. The word coffee isn't even English. Right? Or am I being a pep? Isn't it like because of where it is, it's like from Middle East or something? Am I crazy? No, maybe it's like Eastern Europe? I don't know. I know it's not. it's not cultivated originally in I'm so bad with geography. Okay. We're done. We're done. I'll let all the other people like fill in the things. I'm really terrible with history, so we're not gonna go there.
咖啡，
Mhm.
我
I have to report to my boss on my work every month. 我需要 wait. 我每个月
月要
要 report. I've already forgotten what report is. Oh no, today's new vocab day, so I need to make a construct. We gotta make time for that. 我每个月要
都
every month, right?
都要
我每个月都要清楚 I guess?
清楚
No.
清楚
That's no.
汇报工作
yeah. 汇报工作 so report work. To my boss. 老板
老板汇报工作清楚
or is it
清楚老板清楚
Sorry, I'm thinking about 像 That's like like disturb in this. Oh no. Does that go there? 我每个月都要汇报工作。
老板汇报工作清楚
我每个月都要老板。No, now I'm thinking Japanese. That's kind of weird.
老板
was it? Oh no, it's Xiang. Oh, it really was Xiang. I was like getting their attention. Okay. 我每个月都要 Xiang. So I guess to get the attention. 向老板汇报工作。Okay. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Also mean concerning of. Forwards, yeah. Direction, yeah. So it's being used as a towards. That's fine. How many language apps do I use, bro? I only use one language app. It's Duolingo. If you're talking about apps, yeah, I don't use any apps. This is the app that has a web version. I just realized. I could be using Monikani. I guess that has a web version. I don't know. There are a lot of apps that have web versions. But this is the only one so far. How much capital does your company? 你的 OK，你们的公司有多少capital？ 小 capital， 还是基本 ，maybe 基本多少？那多少基本 ？Do you not interested in Anki? I heard so many people talking good about it. Yeah, I don't have any use for Anki at the moment. There's a chance I might use Anki in the future to create flashcards of my own for like memory aid and stuff. But yeah, I don't have any use for Anki. Not at the moment. How much capital does your OK
你们
你们的公司有是
多少
多少
资本？
obviously what Chern is saying I think is you're answering if you're talking to me I firmly disagree. I think that's for me personally I think that's a trap, but the kids these days the trendy thing to do is that. So yeah, you probably hear that when people talk about Anki in that way. 你们的公司多少资本 Is it like a state? Do you say
是
do you use
多
是
少资本？
like how much is it worth? So it's like using 是 instead. Huh. No. Oh, it is. Oh, it's asking for the amount. Oh yeah, I have to move 资本 资本 to the before 是 yeah, because it's that capital. It's how much the company is. Yeah, that makes sense. For you, just do the Kaishu 1.5 deck and just study grammar on your own. Fair enough. Sounds good. As long as it keeps working for you, you know? The budget for that project is too low. I don't think I have learned any of my languages that way. So most of the time, I just watch other people do that. I drill decks. I make decks in my notes on my own. regardless. So I just take notes. It increases my observational skills when I'm looking for things, as opposed to being provided all the things. I look for inspiration most of the time these days. With that said, you're much younger than I am, so it could be a very, very different mindset because of our collectively different experiences and amount of experiences. The budget for that project is too low. Okay. So I guess you could use... I think I spent too long. Now I've forgotten.
项目，那个
那个项目，那个项目的 budget， 项目
预算
预算太低
太低，
太低。I have to report my boss on my work every month.
我
Oh,
我每个
我每个月都，我每个月都
向
向
老
老板，向老板
汇报工作，要
向
向老板汇报工作，
我每个月都要向老板汇报工作，really? Okay. So
公司
公司的
的
So the net worth of the company. 公司的
资本
资本. That's kind of funny. It's like books, capital books. I kind of like that. Looking at it from the perspective of accounting, like a book accounting, because it has ben in it. 资本. Like the company's accountings. 公司的资本，你们公司的资本是多少？
多少
Cook those books. Book cooking. Oh no, that wasn't the last. Wasn't the last lesson. I think I'm gonna skip on the second time. I'm gonna skip on the Hanzi. And then we'll just go straight to making the mnemonic. We had too much fun having discussions. Let's see.
我
我每个月都要向老板汇报工作。
汇报工作，
I think this might be mismarked. Hmm.
你们
So I would put a duh here, but
公司
你们公司的
资本
资本是多
多
少
少
？contract
合同
合同
我每个月都要向老板汇报工作。
yes. Oh no, English is so devastating. I have to report to my boss. I have to. Oh no. I have to report on my work, my boss every month. What did I say? I have to report to my boss on my work every month. Oh heck you.
协
协
议
议，协议。Yes.
我昨天写了一个晚上的报告，
我昨天写了一个晚上的报告。No 报告。I did one. 报告。我昨天写了一个晚上的报告。writing, written. Okay, let's just start with yesterday. I 写了一个晚上的 What the I the whole report?我昨天写了一个 OK sure whole report 一个晚上 right 晚上的学了一个晚上的 OK so one night's yeah I oh my gosh that is wild. That is wild. 我昨天学了一个晚上的报告。What the? Oh my goodness, dude. I spent the whole night writing the report. Oh my goodness. So it's 一个晚上
合同上
English.
写了什么？合同上写了什么？合同
合同
上
上写了什么？
写了什么？合同上写了什么？
去澳大利亚留学的费用高吗？
去澳大利亚留学的费用高吗？高吗？Oh, this is a repeat. This is a wait. Oh no, this isn't. 费用 is the new vocabulary word. Holy, oh my gosh, is the cost of studying abroad in Australia high? I swear.
请在合同上签名。
请
请在
在
合同
合同签名
签名上
上
签名上
合
签名，
同
请在合同上签名。
请在合同上签名。Save me。
我们的项目的资本是10万元。
我们的项目我的I don't know why I said it so high。我们的项目的资本是10万元。Oh, hey, 10万元。They fixed it. This one doesn't have that really weird typo. Oh no. Oh no, English.
司机一天的费用多少？
司机费用，wait，
司机一天的费用多少？一天
的
费用
多少？
司机一天的费用多少？
司机一天的费用多少？
司机一天的费用多少？住在这个城市的费用不低。
住在baby
住
住 blah 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 blah
住在这个城市的费用不低。
不低。
在
住在这个城市的费用不低。
城市
的费用
不低。住在这个城市的费用不低。
我昨天写了一个晚上的报告。
Okay. All right, so I have 15 minutes, right? We're going to do this until I run out of hearts. It could be immediate. Oh, this unit was actually kind of modest.
尽快。
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 Does this trigger anyone?
尽快。
These 2 strokes down here, does that trigger anyone?
尽快。
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 尽快。尽快。
Like, look at that. We're gonna have an ad soon. Be warned.
尽
快。
尽快。
尽快。
Hold on to your headphones.
尽快。尽快。尽快。
尽快。
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 His self. I can't believe it. His self and hers. Xiezi. 鞋子。 Thanks, Danny. 往前。往前。
往前。
Okay, I don't see how that
写字，
写字往前。
写字，
写字。往前。
写字。
说错。
说错。往前。
前。
上学。
休息。
休息。
写字，写字，
往前。
往前，
写字。
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 前天。
前天。前天。考试。
考试。
上车。往前。写字。
往前，往前，
往前。还要。
哦，还要。
上车。写字。
不给。
不给。
写字，
做了。
做了。
往前。
往前。
打了。
打了。
写字。
写字。
年级。
年级。Whoops. I was starting it with 牛。
尽快，
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 尽快，尽快，尽快，
尽快，
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 尽快，我尽快，写完了，偶尔，写完了。Oh no. Okay. 司机，免费。Oh, there's 免费。免费。
免费。
免费。
司机，
司机，
免费。校长。校长。
校长。
校长。
司机。
免费。其他。
其他。
公司。
公司。
司机，
司机。
司机，
免费。
免费，
司机。
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 干净。
干净。
干净。转机。转机。
转机。
转机。
公司。
免费。
免费，免费，
免费。
费。免费。
司机。
会议。
会议。
会议。同事。
同事。
同事。Oh no. 安静。
安静。
安静 wrong tongue, but 静 right 安静安静
司
司
机
黑色、
黑色
司机、
司机
公司、
公司
免费、
免费经理
经理、
boy 活的香纸香纸关注
根据、
根据 not 住根据 dang it second pinging markers
升职
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 升职跟根据根据
根据、
根据升
升职、
职
会议、公司、
除了 or 觉得 no 除了
除了、
升职
升职
升
职
职
根据
升职、
升职
升
These are my most recent ones. A little shaky still.
会议、经理、根据、升职、除了、
根据
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 根据、司
司
机、
机
升职、同事、
而且oh man I should have stuck with my gut 而且oh man
升职
升职、
升职
校长、
校长
根据、
根据
而且、会议、
对I don't use the structure but also like so and so you know so and so but also not the brightest tool in the shed but also or like also really good like not I don't use hard chair too much
邻居
邻居 KG
根据
and then 根据 related by the right radical
根据
根据 and then
邻
居
房房居
邻居
邻居
根据
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 一般 whoops wrong tone 一般退房oh that's 4退房
邻居、房子、根据、
根据
邻居
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 对
根据
退房，
房，退房，
小
小猫，
根据，
据，
邻居，房
房
子，
子，
邻居，
居，
订房，
订房，
下了，
下了，
书店，
书店，
邻居，
邻居，哦，
根据，
邻居，根据，
OK，
尽快，
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 尽快，尽快，
尽快，
尽快，
哎，跟进，跟进，用坏，哦，用坏，
用坏，
用坏。I went 2 instead of 4. 用坏，用坏，干
干净，
净，干净，
干净，
用坏，
干净，
机会，
机会，
新鲜，新鲜，
新鲜，
新鲜，
不对，
对，
用坏
坏，
干净，
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 用坏，
干净，
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 太大，
大，
干净，新鲜，
想要，
想要，
用坏，
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 用
坏，
坏，
新鲜，
长大，
长大，用坏，
坏，
干净，
不
不错，
OK，
干净，
不给，
不给，
紧张，
紧张，哦，紧张，
新的，
新的，
用坏，
用坏，
干净，
对，
尽快，
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 尽快，尽快，
I haven't gone over
快
how to write all these yet. Dang. Alright. So end of 15 minutes. That was a little precarious. So let's organize our thought. Not much. Not much actually. Not much. So we obviously have 尽快, so that's adverbial. So 尽快这快喂，这个快 ，No wrong 快，这快，快 as in quick, yeah, 快，快，so 尽快。Where's quiet? Oh, there. Okay. 尽快. Oh man. 项目 项目 what's 项目? We have other things like 项目, so 项目. This one is okay because there's 像. This is very youngy. Like very youngy. That makes sense. And then moo is moo. We have moo. Moo is very mooey too. It's a repeat. Repeat characters are not too bad. And so 项目. And this was 合. Oh, 合同 contract. Project requires a contract. Home. Okay. Oh, where's tone? Okay. 会 会 oh no 广告 kind of sounds like 广告 广告 it sounds like a food item 广告 广告 advertisement 广告 maybe we'll put it on the side, an advertisement that leads to a project. 广告 which 告 was it? 哪个告 I don't even see it on here. Oh, you know, I need to click on this. I don't remember what the other gaos were. Oh, gaosu. Gaosu was the last one. Oh man, this is so long ago. Okay, gaosu. That's where the gao came from. Okay. Whoops, I missed a stroke. Okay. Let's say 广告 with that. Okay. I don't remember. Gao. No. That's something. Oh, oh man, 基本. No, 资本 capital. Okay. So we're gonna 资本 this in the house contract. Then we're gonna do 资本. What did 资 look like? I wasn't paying it. I think it was the okay. Gonna go to a piano lesson. Good luck. Also enjoy your family outing. Enjoy your family dinner. Tell me a little bit about it. Observe. Tell me something interesting that happened at the steamboat. Or like, you know, describe something. I want to hear about it. No pressure though. But like, note something that makes you be like, huh, that's a weird thing. Tell me something about Malaysians. Right? I would love to hear about it. you know, I don't know a lot of Malaysians. So good luck with your piano lesson. And I will talk to you tomorrow or maybe later. All right. Good luck, good luck. Let's see, so oh, that's so wobbly. So oh, this one's gonna be tough to remember. I got nothing on this. It's rote memory. Ben. Gotta cook the books. Ben. Cook. Ben. I guess cook the books is all I got here. That's capital, right? Such a capitalistic. That's such cynicism coming from someone who lives in a capitalistic country. This is Jian. No, Yu. No. You. Yu Xuan.
预算
Yu Xuan. Oh, that just goes to you. Oh yeah, that's right, because we're Ji and Yi. Okay. Yu Xuan. Yeah, I mean, capital Yu Xuan kind of follows, right? So I got nothing on this as well. Yeah, I got nothing on this. Yeah, I got nothing. Yeesh. Swan. Swan. Yi Swan. Where's Swan at? Is Swan not? Oh my god. It's not. Yeah, that's right. That's one of the missing characters. Yi Swan. Okay, sure. Now we have 费用, cost. So, right? So we can go down here. 费用. Wait a minute. I don't think there's actually a tail there. Is there? No. It just looks like it from the IME. Pay Yong. That's cost. Right. Pay Yong. Fei, not Fei. Fei. Or Fei. Fei Yong. Fei Yong. Hui. 回复. Is that like to report? Reply, right? 回复. Oh, this is the... Actually, when I met... Who did I meet? Oh yeah, this was Chern's comment for a little bit ago about 回复 versus 回答, 回复 and 回答. Reply. So maybe we reply to an advertisement? Wei. Ooh. Hui Fu. Bao. This is Bao Gao. What happened to Gao? Where's Gao? Oh. Wait. This is, yeah. Bao. Oh. Wei Bao. Oh, there's Bao Gao. Yeah. Bao Gao. Oh no. Bao Xiao. Bao Xiao. Bao Xiao. Bao Gao. Bao Xiao. And Wei Bao. Okay. So we're gonna attach this, right? So as soon as so the Bao Gao Gao Bao Gao and Wei Bao. Was it this direction? I feel like it was this direction. Yes. Wei Bao. Yes. Wei Bao. And then Bao Bao Xiao. Bao Xiao. Is it here? Once again, proven to have way more vocabulary than I initially thought. Bao Bao Xiao. Heck, it's not listed as well. Xiao is it? Okay. I can kind of connect this to the other one. And it has money involved in this one. So that's actually a pretty good giveaway. There's a Xiao with a money flip. And these are all related, so okay. Okay. Show. Oh no, right, receipt. Show 手记 show 手记 maybe off of this. Oh, see. This one is related, so we're okay. Oh, gee. One? One 什么？写完 maybe like 写完 here. 写 写完 I'm gonna have to reorganize this for tomorrow. 写完 E meeting or agreement? Oh, 协议. Oh no. 协 is not in here either. 协议 agreements. So maybe like oh, it's like I'm in so much trouble. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one's gonna be tough. Oh, this one's gonna be tough to remember. Oh, 协议 Oh, wait. Might actually be like this. It's probably. I'll check later. 协议 Ming 签名 No 签 Where's 签 Is it a different 签 Oh goodness gracious It's that 签 Okay 签名 Agreement 签名 Goodness gracious. Wait. There's stroke. There is. Okay. 签名 Ming? Yes. 签名 签名 Okay. Day? 下一个 No. We're skipping 下一个 And 每月 Okay. Yeah, those are fine. We're okay with numbers and units. Okay. So how do I wrap this around? So I can stick this, right? I can stick this right before contract. Right? So let's say we have an advertisement. We reply to an advertisement, right? Reply to advertisement. We see a project. Then as soon as possible, we write a report. Write a report and report back. So we finish writing report and report back. And check if there's receipts and I don't know where I'm gonna throw in receipts and reimbursement. So reimburse. And then you agree and sign a contract, which then leads to maybe you should discuss the capital and the budget and the costs before signing the contract. Okay, there's a flow to this. We'll get it tomorrow. It's fine. Provided we have a flow, I think we can figure out the rest. And there are what, 6 new characters? Actually, I think there are like 10 new characters because there are 4 characters not listed. That's not too bad. All right, there you have it. And that's the end of the Chinese lesson. I guess the irony here is that we spent probably more time chuckling about English than we did about Chinese, but you gotta have these conversations, right? So much I could talk about it for days, but I do need to rest and my voice kind of gives out about 2 hours ago. I can kind of like feel it. It's a bit of a strain. So I'll take my leave today. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the people who have. I had a wonderful conversation with a bunch of people. Maybe not so much of a good conversation with people like that just came by to just tell people how insignificant they are. Right? That happens. Usually it doesn't happen as often, but it's been a while. So shout outs to that one person who is so desperate for affirmation that they had to go out of their way to confirm how insignificant they are, right? So I'm not apologizing for that insinuation, because it takes a very, very lonely and toxic person to go around thinking that it gives them some substance in their life by making another person and a few other people not care about them, right? If no one cares, certainly the obvious answer is no one cares about you, and you have so few people that care about you that you want to go out and bring down other people so that other people would care about you even less. So kudos, job well done, you managed. It's not every day that I get to like see someone and I'm like not spending 10 minutes and saying, hey, let's try to brighten this guy's day. That guy clearly already determined that he doesn't care, or that person doesn't care. So good for you. You have one less person that cares about you, and maybe a couple more people who don't care about you anymore. Hopefully that person finds a better headspace, maybe not doom scroll and inherit toxic behavior from other influencers, and grow up to be an outstanding person who people want to care for, I suppose. Until then, right, on that note, hopefully everyone is spending their vacation well. I'm looking forward to hearing, maybe bump into one a day to people who are on vacation, students and whatnot. Hope they're spending great time with their family. Hope everyone else has family and friends nearby. Talk to someone, right? Practice makes perfect, as we discussed earlier today, in a different manner. But practice makes better. Go talk to someone, right? It's very rare. If you have someone to talk to, someone to hang out with, family, friends, it's rarer than you think nowadays, at least in my opinion. All right? And until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? 聊吧. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.